Yeah, looks like Lips is back to her same bullshit, or just continuing it. And I've had full on enough of Lips. Full on enough. Oh, but she ain't the only one. Now, y'all, I'm just getting in. This morning, and I feel pretty shitty. My health is still taking a nosedive. No signs of coming back up anytime soon. It's fine. One step at a time, and we'll walk it off. Anyway, the rain outside this morning is nice. It's better than the ice of yesterday morning when I got in around this time. I don't know, I was doing something outside. Around this time, I understand it was a sheet of ice on everything. Um, Wicked, I still have an abundance of ongoing and forever and permanent health issues. They just get made worse by the stress, but that's nothing I'm not used to. This is something different. It's something going drastically downhill. And yeah, part of it is because of this place and what the fuck these creators are doing. They caused permanent damage the other day that cannot be undone with their shenanigans. And it just is what it is right now. And I'm moving forward. Day by day, man. Day by day. So anyway, um, I mean, honestly, when you live with super giant extreme monster for almost 3 decades, you're used to watching torture, torment, etc. have very real ramifications for your health and being able to watch it real time in your labs and all of that. So it's nothing new to me. I know what it does. I know what it does. So anyway, y'all, if you're wondering what that is, that's Wachowski. Wachowski is annihilating something. Alright, so, and if anybody sees Levid, can you direct him my way? Because I have a feeling I don't know. Looks like he may have pissed off some folks. That's all I'm saying. And, I don't know if I'm supposed to be, like, falsely targeting him or blaming him for real or what at this point. But I'll tell you, the hacking that's been going on in my case, uh, it's not got his flavor to it. So I'm gonna reserve judgment. Um, I'm just in no mood for the bullshit. Right. On that topic. Now, y'all, I check most of these every day. At least the regular, for this count, I check almost every day, right? I check regular inbox and the you may know section, right? Spam, I kind of leave it alone. Well, we've known for a bit, obviously, that during this latest cycle, especially that's trying to come to a point around here. We'll eventually get there, I'm sure. Um, said this one's been hacked pretty deep. But somebody, oh dear, y'all. Um, oh dear. Somebody was gracious enough to pull out a little bit, or to let some through finally. Um, they're just whole screwed up when they went out. Right. It's a thing around here. Yeah, Nick, there's been stuff going on for weeks where it concerns Lebanon. They're trying to get me to, I think, Nicolina, falsely target him in the same way they tried to get me to falsely target Ernie early on and several others. You know how the game works around here. But this doesn't have, Levitt's flavoring. They're also trying to get me to, uh, falsely target several others right now and blame it on them. But I kind of know the game, so, I never really fuck around with that. Anyway, now yesterday, I was dealing with some things here, etc. But, so I was doing that. I went over to grab something. Now I know for a fact, and see, here's the kicker, alright. I take screen recordings and screenshots of my inbox daily, right? For the changes, for the nuances, for things, right? So I know for a fact this was not here, okay? I can prove it. Anyway, around 2 something yesterday, I'm sure as they could see from one of the other devices, I was up things to get them out. Alright. This, now, one of the things that popped up that they finally let through when they pulled out, it finally showed up, was, one, about Dolly. Alright. And then 2, the next thing was about, it was unflattering to TM. Alright. From very early in the month, when some of the worst hacking has reared its ugly little face. Alright, so, and we could all tell they were theirs. The icons did the same thing. Look, the hacker they use is, one of is just fucking goofy. Alright, you can always kind of tell when they're in. But because of other things we've known, and we know who's really kind of behind it. Anyway, so this shows up. Finally, let me make that clear, because this is from January 14th, and it was just now allowed through or showed up once they were trying to pull up. Now, who in the hell did want me to get the email, the message with Dolly asking about his, hey, you want to interview, blah, 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 right? Now, who in the hell wouldn't have wanted me to see that, or get that, or held it back on purpose? Yeah, I wonder. And here's what's funny about this, okay? And I'm going to not dox this person. I mean, Dolly's messages are pretty, standard, so there's no doxing of him or the account. That's on his fucking YouTube, right? So, no biggie. But what I found hilarious was this one that very much predates that, okay? This is one of several screenshots sent to me. This person wanted to know if I was aware of this, and it had to do with the fake check and other things around TM. But it wasn't allowed through either, right? Until whatever they did yesterday when they pulled out, it showed several. But I'm just going to show you one of the things that was sent to me by this person. Alright? Because I don't want to dox the person. And what they sent me was a screenshot. They sent me several. They were by lips, Imagine that. Okay, but anyway, right? And it's about the whole, have you seen this? Blah, blah, blah. Mm, anyway, right? And that Slip saying Tiffany Mary's the biggest scammer and liar yet. We all knew your ass never write a check or damaged a dime to Summer Wells, but here's proof. Um, whatever, right? It's one of the things. The problem with this is, alright, is that, the problem with this is that you have proof that Lips is very much working with the group she keeps calling out, right? Allegedly, supposedly calling out. Just like she did when she targeted my kid with our abuser, right? She was very much working with TM and Keys and the rest, Jenny, Adrian, etc., and our abuser to target Little. She was part of that whole fake bullshit call in, blah blah blah. Right? Said she had Monster's approval to release all the stuff too, and then she was like, "Oh, TM and him suck though, and they won't tell you the truth." And Andy's given me permission to release this online, even though Monster knew by that point he'd been told not to mention in any way Little One. It's fine though. It's fine. Anyway, um, oh, and this is such a little web today. Such a little web. Um, and then during that recently released piece, where you see Adrian and Jenny, quote, interrogating and bullying, threatening, blackmailing Linda of the Crayon variety, who is, whatever, which that's its own separate goofball soap opera BS over anyway, but BK, TM, Fizzle, all them are, you know, on that call. I mean, all that stuff had to do with when they were targeting Little, and they come out just outright, Um, you see the messages between Lips and Linda about Lips having contact and being besties with our abuser's own little sick monster supply, right? And them all working together with Monster and Stall Pump there to target Little. And Monster's like, fuck this. I'm gonna go take a nap. I'm checking out. Because he knew better. He knew better, right? But there is some nasty little woman I've never, and I don't care about, but my child openly with this group, and having direct contact with Lips in order to help do that. Okay, then Lips is putting it back to the group. Keys and all them hopefully put that piece out the other day, and the text messages between everybody. Then you have Lips being the one to release the, oh, Monster told me I could release this, and before that. Anyway, we have enough proof, okay, and it's on the order already. It's what pushed. Anyway, it's fine. Just the more proof they want to give, that's cool. That's where we're at right now. Now, for some reason, Lips appears to be circling 110 now. Right? Now I don't get it. I don't get it. Right? I don't get it. Um, because if you watched a couple weeks ago when Lips went to court up in what state was it, Nicolina? Michigan or Maryland or whatever, she straight lied to the judge. I told her she had the only peace at summer and blah blah blah. And the judge, you could tell the judge was like, "The fuck did this crazy lady just say?" Right? And she's like, "So you telling me you're withholding?" And she's like, "Well, no, 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 no. I mean, like, I've told the police and the cops have called it in." And then she admitted that her saying all that was just for content, right? That summer was just content for her YouTube. Um, and that then she whined and cried, and said that YouTube was her source of income, which basically lets you know, right, that she's lying, bullshitting, and it's all for content, doing whatever she can. Uh, oh, did she say on her main comms bill last week she hadn't turned it in? Dear Lord, she's swapping up again. Bless her. Fucking black heart. Well, I'm sure the judge of Michigan would love to hear that. So would the feds and whoever else. All I know is if you watch and listen, and if you know the events, right? They hunted down Marlena here, just like they did the rest of us. We all, well, those of us around here long enough, watched as they were hunting her down by picture, by name, this and everything. Um, Anyway, they finally get hold of her. The Lips is the one that stays around, much like a Shay or a CZ and all them. They just try real hard. They're real obsessed. They all want to be our Jennas and our whatevers, and it never happens. They get pissed. Oh yeah, they get super obsessed and pissed, and then they just come out swinging. But on top of that, when this group realizes how nutty they all are, then they really use them as weapons. Okay. Um. Now, I will tell you that I'm getting ready to use an abundance of things these little critters have gotten up to in court. I've had it. And I have been mentioning Lips in court for a bit for what's coming up this week. Um, and what she did with this group is on the orders. I've had enough. Okay. So, and they're tampering and things they're doing with these cases is around us, just like they did with Dawn's. Yeah, look, I know it sounds simple to most people, but the links and depths they get up to set off shit, to get more feed, drama, uh, Jerry Springer shit, even if it means our real lives, our children's health, or lives at stake, abuse, anything, doesn't matter. They'll do it, okay? For more Jerry Springer bullshit. Anyway, more salacious content, no matter whose lives it affects. Um, Either way, what I find worrisome here is this, okay? Lips appears to be targeting. And on, I think she dirty deleted the live, but we all have it. I know others have played it. I know I've played it here. Um, you have her boohooing the day she gets out of court. She goes directly on YouTube, whines, boos about herself and everything else, and then says in sort of these words, she was like, "Well, that's what I've been working on for so long, is getting this child ripped away from Marlena." And I'm not going to say her name or try not to because there ain't no need in sense in that shit around here. She's a child. Um, And she goes in, I finally had insert child's name here, ripped away from her mother's arms. Ripped away from her mother. She says it twice. Not a tear one on her face, no real, I mean, any person who's a parent, right? Well, they're not going to be able to say that in that way, gleefully, like it's an accomplishment, whatever. They're not going to do that. And without emotion, that's not something I think anybody ever really wants to see or could smile about, right? So in that way, it seemed to me very much she targeted Marlena. When she got pissed, she targeted her kid and had her, quote, ripped away. Yeah, okay. Then here she is at the same time, and all this for all this time, helping Monster, BK, Monster's New Supply, Monster, and Jenny and Adrian. Adrian, who we have evidence in the back talking about she's planning on taking me out, breaking my spirit as a human being, breaking me down, blah, 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 etc. All of them, that's their little plan, right? And they, kids are the sensitive area. It's what they've used, in my case, since the beginning to blackmail, to target, blah, blah, blah. I mean, immediately within days of making contact with me. So, and honestly, it's how they pulled in the first place. Um, so anyway, um, now for some reason, you apparently have lips having communication and circling one kid. All right, allegedly. Now, also know during all of this, Monsters kept contact with C and such and D and all this, even though he thinks they're guilty of doing shit. They've murdered Summer. Okay, everybody seems to be getting along up there, playing games with each other, playing patty cake. I don't give a fuck. I never have. I watched others try to play games with me and Monster very early on, and he was sitting back there laughing from one day. I don't find it all cute or anything. It is what it is. Okay. Um, but I find it concerning that you have all these piles of just fucking monsters on YouTube and otherwise playing patty cake. Okay. Moonrain, she didn't. None of that happened. And there were many issues around the property. But that whole borrowed, like, hmm, oh, and that has nothing to do with this. Uh, we're not going to put misinformation in my chat, Moonrain, about rumors from YouTubers, especially not on any fucking show. And the rest of this group. Not going to do it. Anyway, Moonrain, then you weren't paying attention because I've caught Ernie in a bazillion lies. I get it. It's fine. Alright. Jesus. So, uh, yeah, like, man, I watched Ernie lie about me. I watched Ernie lie about a million things. Ernie's Ernie, dude. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, this isn't even about Ernie. Alright? Ernie's on the run allegedly somewhere. So Ernie's moot at this point. Anyway, um, find it hella concerning that what seems to be happening in a concerted effort to do so is, well, I mean, they use our abuser and his new supply garbage monster to target my child. Of course, what's in it for him and her is more cash on the back of my child and him getting to further abuse us, keep lines on us, target us, etc. Right? He's happy with that, you know. Just like we have the recordings of him knowing they were breaking in here, but he didn't report it. They broke in, stole things that he thought would help him get out of things or leave me with little evidence in court, etc. Um, Recordings that the whole wedding thing was to poke at me, right? Who does that, man? Who does that? Wearing my clothes on lives, all these other things. Look, it's a special type of thing, okay? These abusers. But anyway, he's been behind the scenes the whole time. He joins up eventually when he's pissed at Little and myself because of court things, whatever. Then does what he does because, well, they'll pay more for it, right? And if he can always keep a tie and a tether on and all these things, right? Then he's going to. And trying to get, yeah, it doesn't look. Anybody that's ever been through this type of abuse gets it. If you don't, oh well. Okay. But, it's like in court, even the judge could see that. After he realized his group had misled him and they were all dumber than box rocks, and it was indeed about an order again, and it wasn't just about child support, he lit the hell up, was super angry in there, and immediately went, well, can I file for custody? You know. And then has the audacity when they give him just enough money to go back and pay. And his second question was, does that cost money? Even though he'd been stealing from my child for over, what, a year at that point? Him and Stall Pump. And lying to the government. And you weren't allowed to have any of that money unless you had custody of, or that child in your home. But both of them were taking that money, spent it, filed taxes on her, all kinds of shit he has no custody of. And they didn't pay a drop of rent that whole time either, folks. And they were making money off of YouTube and the creators in the background to target and tamper with and do whatever with us. But oh, I don't know. Seeing their new plan Days gave away, that's pretty funny. Uh, so anyway, and I don't know that it's jealousy. Hello, Nick. I don't know. It's a lot of reasons, but as far as the channels and creators go, because I won't give everything I know, because that in itself is not helpful to or the investigation, and they feel fucking entitled. And I also won't take on Jenna's, right? And I won't play patty cake with any of them. Ever. Never have, never will. So anyway, um, it really is creepy. They do want to live in my skin. Have you seen the amount of them that go find clothing or have people from across the U.S. send them clothing that looks identical to mine? I mean, I got motherfuckers out here eating soap while they're parroting me every day. It's creepy as hell. It's not the mark of sane individuals, I'll tell you that. So anyway, um, and Nick, there's a whole game afoot there with that BK Dawn bullshit. I ain't buying because of stuff here on the ground and being said. And yeah, the other day definitely plays into it. Uh, so anyway, the thing is, you have Monster, New Supply Monster. targeting my child. And that one's pretty sickening. She really has fucking, when Monster is not around, we have video of her, like, doing crazy shit at gas stations, following us to fucking surgical appointments and all kinds of shit. And, like, throughout the time they were cheating, long before everything went down, like, you run into her at the gas station, dude, next door to his workplace, and she'd, like, run into your chest because she's fucking high on something, and she just didn't pay attention to her surroundings, and she'd look at me like, you know, like, we're in a competition. She was trying to get on my kid's social media and shit to keep control of him. She swapped jobs to be right beside him to keep eyes on him and to push and pull, manipulate him, keep control of him, make sure he would have to leave. And that's why he was begging me for so long. Please let me quit this job, please, or it's going to ruin our lives. Wait and see, wait and see. So anyway, it's a whole big one. But anyway, here she is playing with lips, and the rest of them being the one in the background to have contact, targeting my kid, man, with Lips in it. And Lips is having contact with Linda and everybody else, BK, Fizz, the whole nine, right? While outwardly she's like, oh, anti-BK, right? Yeah, bullshit, bro. Lips is getting paid well by that group, whatever. Anyway, but what I find disturbing is it would appear for a very long time, like, you know, Cam, reinserting the worst cycle against my eldest, right? It was not the first time that had been done, but I guess to the new eyes and everything else, they're like, oh, you know, this, him being seen months after somewhere near property lived near is sus, but man, every time I'd give proof that that hadn't happened and even see backed up that it wasn't my eldest and everything else, you know, Cam would move the line and they'd make everything sound sus, and none of it was fucking sus, dude. And my kid, but like, it's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. But it was another, you know, to target my eldest, right? And to make him look like, and look how effective that was. Hell, people still think my eldest is whatever. Anyway, the thing is, you know, so they target the eldest, right? They try to make him look sus. They try to discredit. And then you have Ziggy over here not long ago trying to get a hold of him and contact him. Eldest knows it's, no, while he was in for the holidays. So anyway, and they knew that because of Monster and others. There's another little game there afoot. But anyway, so, what they're trying to do is taint, right? They're trying to taint these children and the, quote, clean witnesses is what I think around Summer, right? Because they, out of all of us, are the ones that remain to where they can testify on a stand. They are not here on YouTube. They have not been messed about with, you know what I mean? Other than Hunter, okay? And I have a very real feeling that that is, now that we're here in the past couple days, right? You have Don being the rest of this group and everybody else, they're always hunting down the kids, including old Dolly there, who hunted down Hunter again with Don B. That was some pretty sick shit. But he'd already been on camera and page stuff happening, etc. Right? And then when they start getting word that Marlena's children might be somehow witnesses to around things, then there goes Lips with that, right? She targets the shit out of for vendetta reasons anyway. Because she knows Marlena was screwing with her. Or wouldn't give her everything, whatever that is, but she targets and harms and gets a child from Beechcreek taken on purpose, and gleefully so. during this same time period, they all lay in. BK, TM, you got Sage, Dazed, Annabella, Monster, Stall Pump Supply, BK, Jenny, Adrian, the whole nine, right? Playing in that shit puddle with that call, and Lips in it. Alright? And Lips still doing what Lips is doing, still in contact with Monster and the others. And now circling 110, and I'm just starting to feel like, yeah, we don't advertise that one either, memory. Because she has also aired Images of My Children. Not real happy. So anyway, I'm starting to have a very real, like, and here's the thing, leading all the way back to before Dr. Phil, what you have is C very much knowing in person, because Little had talked to her in person, obviously, because we're neighbors, right? Still at that, you know, and so even from the first days, she knew what Monster had said to Little. And then here she is playing with BK. There's false calls put in. There's hoaxes directed at my child. Then, with BK involved, like they were trying to target my Little and tamper with her and playing stupid that they hadn't heard, didn't know. Then you have the tampering with the vid chat between C and I, and all these other things occurring. A lot of which was directed at Little. Okay. To keep her traumatized, re-traumatized, to scare her, to scare me, to do whatever, right? More scare Jodie Sue so she'll shut up or whatever. I don't know. And not caring how it affected my Little when they did that. Now you have everybody just in this little cesspool puddling around, right? Lips, here she is again, right? Still, again, I don't know what you want to call it, okay? But this is where we're at, apparently. Now, and right before these upcoming events again, and another little game being played in the fucking background, because we're, I guess, getting to the tip of that bullshittery, this long run plan they had that couldn't quite make it work, so now they're gonna try to make it look like a thing that it ain't. I don't look. It's goofy. I ain't in no mood. It's whatever. Um, but it's right before upcoming events, like always. They try to stress somebody out, keep them in a certain way. There's certain shit going on that I know is coming from on the ground in Beechcreek. There's shit coming from online. Everybody's in bed together with different stuff. People playing patty cake with things they probably should not. But it's concerning me. And it really looks as if they are. Honestly, I mean, look, most of the adults have been tampered with to a degree, right? This group have hunted people down, tampered with them, contaminated them in a way to where a lot will not be able to be used for court and stuff. The ones they've not been able to get to really are most of the children, but they have tried repeatedly to do so in many ways. To harm them, to upset them, to try that might look anything they can do. And now you got Lips being crazy enough and well enough to target these children on purpose to try to have them um, you know, as a weapon, right? Uh, and others very much playing that game, obviously. And even, I mean, I released the proof here, played it. Others, when they knew in the background, like Adrian and them, that there was proof and shown proof that, cause they're like, oh, she's a monster. She said this little, no, it didn't. And when they gave the source, of where they supposedly heard it, well, it's supposedly through Monster and Supplying and through this means, whatever. Thing is, it didn't happen, and we had recorded proof that it didn't happen. We also have witnesses on the phone with us this time, as you all heard yourself, that it wasn't happening. Nothing happened like that. And even Monster knows me better than ever seen anything like that. Any child, let alone my own. So that's why somebody's checking out taking a fucking nap. It's Tole's tired of the control drama from Stall Pump. So anyway, because Stall Pump thinks these people are something and she's highly impressed. Plus, she's still playing a game that I ain't playing about, like, this whole fighting thing. She has no idea what the fuck. She's also a victim, but she's also a user. She's a whole thing. Alright? I don't care about her, him, like, thank you card, go the fuck away. Out of my whole life, right? But anyway, they're still willing to target, and especially Monster, for cash that can be made and control of and more strings to her life. Whatever. But I find it concerning, right? Like, I know what their role is in playing with these people and targeting little, okay? As far as Monster and Style Put and all that go, right? I get that part because I've been abused by it long enough, so have these children. We get it. Don't take a super genius. Alright? But Monster and Sply are stupid. Alright? They have no idea what the hell they've been fiddling with. They were warned early on, and nobody listened. That's what happens when you no longer have a brain for a monster. You just have another monster pouring gasoline on its monster. But besides that, you have the whole of all these little monsters nesting together and targeting what seems to be the children of Beechcreek that were witness to events, lives, and June 15th. And trying to tamper with them in ways to where they're completely taken out of the mix, or it makes things so complicated they couldn't testify in court, or trying to contact them and things to where they taint them in that way to where they can't be used in court. Or to, like in my eldest case, to where they try to discredit or taint juries or do whatever if he ever gets on the stand to testify to what he heard. And the events of June 15th, let alone everything leading up to it. Because trust me, there's some wild shit for almost a year prior to Summer vanishing. Alright? And yeah, the cops and TBI and all that are well aware of that. Okay? We're all aware. And those of us around know exactly why it's concerning that Lips targeted Marlena's children. I find it really fucked up and foul because of the things I know. And now, you had them targeting the eldest. I still do. People believe shit. Whatever. I know better. He knows better. Fucking FBI, TBI, everybody else know better. It's goofy as fuck. So anyway, and they've been laying into Little for months now, especially since December. They tried the fake phone call bullshit. They tried all that shit to get, things going. Then they did the Christmas stuff around her and her list and her slash Christmas and now FBK list that's up there that she's had to keep up until her birthday here in a few days. But anyway, so but they've really outright like insinuated she's a murderer, kidnapper, all this shit. Look, I'm having a very real problem with people that are playing patty cake with a lippy monster there. And I'm starting to find it real fucking weird that Lips keeps targeting children who are closest to Summer or were neighbors of or witnesses to. And trust me when I tell you this, all of these children matter. And they will very much matter when it comes to, if it comes down, look, they matter, okay? I'm telling you, they matter. And I find it very concerning that Lips is playing patty cake with certain people. And she's targeting the littlest among us that they can't find other ways to tamper and target with other than having taken on purpose or screwed with or false calls on or to further traumatize. I find this real concerning. And surely law enforcement but look, there's a problem here. And I can't imagine it looking well in any court setting or law enforcement. If you were using YouTube creators to target and have children taken away or their cases tampered with or you're caught continually tampering with and making up shit and false calls to target children that are very much witnesses and people around Summer. And I just can't imagine it looking real good. And I think it would personally make certain people look guiltier than fucking sin if that's what they were doing on purpose. Because why else would you be around people that seem to be targeting the only quote pure witnesses that have been unable to be tampered with that can write a stand against people or things? Why? Or to testify to events and lives around someone. Why? And then, dumb monsters and their stall pumps, because of their own needful reasons, help with that, of course. Um, but it's separate. Why are others playing in cesspools of people that are absolutely targeting the shit out of children who are witnesses? All up and down Beechcreek, in one way or the other. And if you know that other child and several others that are being messed with, like if you know what roles they play in everything as far as witnesses and all these other things around Summer, it's hella fucking concerning. I know it's really got me feeling all types of ways right now. I just, for me, man, with her lying to that judge, saying, no, it's just me and my husband playing. That's not what he said. The power went out and that light wasn't whatever. Like, she was straight up trying to pull YouTube narratives on that judge, y'all. Trying to stop and start every 8 seconds for, like, terms of service violations and everything. It was some wild crap to hear. She was straight up trying to play YouTube narrative. Like, 8 and 26-second talk over the video terms of service bullshit on the judge. It was weird. Yeah, I noticed Christy. And she was a crybaby when she come on, but like most monsters, and I think we played it over here, and I played some of Nick's compilation there, but and Lips is on live stream, man. She boohoos for self and her income, says she's using all of us, including Summer, as content because her income, and doesn't know what she's gonna do. She has to shut it down. She can't be on YouTube. But then she says something, and she immediately, the tears stop, and she says, "Oh, and I finally, something I've been working on in the background, I finally had insert child's name here ripped away from her mother." You know, I'm like, holy shit, she says it twice. Not a tier one, not any, it's just like a passing thing, you know. But make no mistake, it's not her just targeting these children. You have everybody involved in it, from Scam and Scallywag to the twackers on the hill at one point playing a pick me ass role and swearing they seen this there. No, the fuck they didn't. And then people moving lines in line, and TM and BK playing a role in that. And you have them then playing roles in the targeting throughout this of my children, especially little, lately. And I'm just absolutely sickened by it, have been. Um, and these people, they have no idea what they're, and some of them do. That's the thing. I worry about who they're being used by and for what purposes. Hi, Robin. It worries me greatly, and it should everyone else too. They can't really get to our children in ways, so they're finding other ways to target them and remove them from being able to, I think, testify or be, you know what I mean? They're trying to eliminate each and every one of us in different ways. And it's like, me, I would have never spoken publicly had I known I would be used on a stand, guys. Alright? I knew that would not happen, so I never worried about that. But also protecting my children, which I didn't realize was a manipulation tactic of these people. They pulled my children in on purpose. My little's first dance, they tried to say things about my eldest then. That was on Facebook. I didn't realize it was part of the manipulation and the way this group works, okay? Um, so forth, but I thought I was protecting my children. It was also protecting us from a system that's dirtier than fuck and was doing favors for Monster and shit. Um, and hoping the world would take the bigger story around Summer and have heart and understanding and stop the bullshit. There was a couple, and then here comes their scamathon, and then you realize very quickly within a couple days that something's very wrong. And these people are darker and deeper than you can imagine. They're pulling real crimes. There's fake feds they've made up. There's all this shit. You realize how the games work from the beginning, since hours after Summer vanished and the Amber Alert. I mean, and you're like, holy shit, what's happening here? And then you're like, no, I don't think so. You're not going to do this to us. You're not going to do this to others around Summer. You're not going to do this in any more cases, you know? And that's just where it was. But as far as my children go, um, if ever they're needed to testify, they can be, right? Despite what they've put out online trying to insinuate and taint jury pools with saying that shit about my son, they've still not, done so with Little Wing. It's just not going to happen. But anyway, it's like this right here, right? They've done anything they can to tamper and taint with. Think about it. They've done it to Allie. They've done it to the rest. Almost everyone around Summer. Okay. They've paid for them to lie. They've paid for them to bullshit. They've paid for them to add stuff into interviews. It's now videographed that they're liars for cash, and the more cash, the more lies they can put it. They've tainted everyone around the case, all right, to where a defense attorney could just annihilate everything. Now, much like this right here, right? Right? Offers of cash for interviews in some sort of dumbass documentary that somebody definitely didn't want me to see until well after I was uptown, and it showed up at 2 something today. Yesterday, technically. Yeah. Now, even then, had I gotten it, the answer would have been no. And I have never, ever taken cash for an interview, whatever they want to pass off around here as an interview anyway. And I never will. And I do not play patty cake with these fucking creators. The only contacts I've really had with them, their little minions or 40 owls in a raincoat, is to figure out the fucking game, that type of shit, and to hunt them like I told them I was going to fucking do after, breaking down that marathon bullshit. Right? I had it. But, in that way, they've never been able to taint me, right? But it's why they worked so hard, like that one. I know Nick watched it, but Rap, sent that whatever. I didn't even know that had been sent till after I went over to his panel, but it wasn't an interview anyway. But even Rap on his live was like, no, that wasn't payment for the interview. It was just me trying to catch her attention because she was late, and I was for like an hour and a half. So anyway, but Floppy tried to make it seem like it wasn't. And it says clearly on that that's not what that's for either. So I'm not worried about that. But anyway, yeah, I have never and will never do any of that. And I'm not going to interview or otherwise. And, I'm sorry, panel hopping in an interview for starters. They're idiots. And, I consider interviews with real investigative journalists, not just any journalists. I consider interviews to be with real police, TBI, FBI, profilers, etc., card team members, real ones like we've had since the beginning. That's what I consider interviewing. And also with people that I talk to that, you know, are officials and they do have all the pieces and all the conversation, all the things, right? That YouTube and these creators want so much if I go panel hop and they'll never get from me. Thank you, Sammy. I very much appreciate that. That will definitely help pay our bills next month. So thank you. Um, Nick, would you like to come up? Maybe. I mean, I know you and I have a history. We're not the greatest friends, nor will we ever be or anything. We ain't gonna be that, and you know that I know your history and such. But I have no intention of screaming or yelling or anything like that. But would you care to come up and speak on lips in a way that doesn't violate TOS? Because you know how they feel about that and what their plans are right now with me. You want to do that? And any information you have on what the hell they're doing with lips around summer and the children would be very helpful. And if you would like to send anything in about how Lips is doing what she's doing around these children to our courthouse or DA here, any evidence you have in the background would be helpful. And I would greatly appreciate that for Little and I's sake. Hold on, let me grab the link. Alright, there's the link. Mm, I think I posted it. Oh, there you go. Okay. Mm, mm, mm.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes. Can you hear me? Well, Nick was there. I don't think I muted her. No. All right. So I don't know what's going on, but it's going on Nick's end. And I've got full signal over here for us both. So, well, I'll give her a minute to figure it out. Can you all still hear me? All right. Nick dropped down. All right. Let's see here. All right. Can you hear me, Nick?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I for whatever reason I always have stream in my microphone. So
It
what do you
may be
want
re.
to know?
Um, I mean, do you think, like, what are your thoughts around Lips messing with and apparently targeting these children on purpose with others?
From standpoint, Lips does not have like as a woman, and she likes to jump on bandwagon of, and this is again my personal feeling assessment in hope with the cool kids. Despite those cool kids, they're not really cool, if that makes sense. She will grasp on to any hate train that is going on, try to insert herself into it, and with little information on her part. She just wants to belong. I sent you a Cash App because I need your email address because the live week, it's on a very, very small channel. And I believe the channel's name, she completely counter counter or what she had said in that courtroom about Summer and this information. She was the only, she never, according to this live, information over to TBI. She's trying to raise money to get to Tennessee now. Actually, sit down with TBI
She
and
doesn't
go
need
over that.
TBI needs. They would send agents to her from a field office closest to her, and they would interview her. She
Correct.
doesn't need to travel here to do that. She doesn't need a lawyer to do that. She doesn't need any of
Correct.
that
The
shit.
FBI. The FBI
Yeah,
field office in Grand Rapids, they would have been sent to her house. Fremont, Michigan. They would not say she needed to drive down to Tennessee. I that as an excuse for people to send her money so that she can go hang out with her.
yeah. I'd about guarantee that's what it is. And I mean, look, in most of your cities, they have FBI and whatever your state
Yes.
bureau is. And like, there's one just up the road from us, right? They satellite out of those offices. If they need to interview people, make no mistake, it's not like local police. They're the Federal Bureau of Investigation, each and every state, right? Just because they
Yeah.
have this, look, they can come talk to any of y'all anytime, and they're not going to wait on somebody that they need information from to gather money and raise it on YouTube under the name Summer Wells in order to get here to talk to them or
Correct.
gather information you have or evidence you have. They're not going to do that. There's no way in hell that I'm
So
buying.
so in Michigan, the FBI has field offices in Detroit, Saginaw, and she lives closest to the Grand Rapids. I would have contacted, and said, "Hey, can you dispatch a federal agent house who has potential information on her computer about this?" She would not need to travel to Tennessee for that because
Yeah,
the doesn't send anybody to her because she doesn't have anything of anything that is going to be beneficial to this case. Allegedly, they asked her video with narration so that they could understand what communicate to them. And she said on this woman's panel, "Well, I'm just not good at that." Well, wait a minute, but you have time to hold on to this alleged information and wait to go to Tennessee
her
to share it?
her alleged information is that Marlena had somehow picked up some. She thinks and drove her did something because not long before that Marlena supposedly stole social security numbers or birth certificates, and why would she do that? Because there's no money in that, unless it's to keep children. I'm like, are you kidding me? For starters, yeah, you can sell off social security numbers, birth certificates, especially around our area with so many migrant workers, shit like that. There is money in that. Plus, a lot of people do it to do crap to where they can like pretend to be others, to where they can, you know what I mean. There's money in selling off birth certificate stuff
Right.
anyway. And I don't even know if Marlena's done any such thing. You'd think she'd be in prison if she had. Um, But furthermore, her thinking Marlena has driven somewhere out of there. I'm pretty sure the feds have interviewed Marlena about a bazillion times. I know for a fact they're one down there the first days and talking to people. So it's just another, like, for me, it's like I know Lips is full of bullshit, man.
She
You
is. And
know?
you got to think all of these people, uh, if my child was ever missing, I would lose my shit because
Oh,
these
absolutely.
creators, King Waters, they have put out bullshit. Then you want other people that they want in on the piece of that pie to make money. And I'm at the shit people are slinging in order to be relevant. And this, and they don't give a shit.
Yeah.
They don't. That's my,
It,
I mean, they might bring the case more than they're helping.
yeah. And even it's like, and that they can't admit that, right? They never admit that. But even in like my case, Nick, I mean, I say openly, we are all double-edged swords by being here or speaking anything, right? We are all our own
Mm-hmm.
double-edged sword. However, some of us around here that they have tried very hard to discredit and it's the other who give them at least the basics.
Yeah.
um they turn everything. It's like they've made me what, the mayor, because but all I ever did all I ever did was repeat what law enforcement did. If anybody watched the shit show between Ronnie Lawson, Hawkins County, and EquuSearch,
Yeah.
you know why, right? And I never told
Yep.
EquuSearch they couldn't be in there. We were grateful for them being in there. If anybody watched those lives that I did or anything, I tried to stay my ass in the cabin that day when they were doing things when they'd come back. So I didn't hear and see like I could see here all of law enforcement's conversations is there. I was there when McDonough interviewed Candace. I didn't want to hear that shit either. I thought about going down there, moving the tires, and being nice while him and his wife were fighting off the dogs. And I was like, nah, fuck that. I
Hmm.
don't feel good. Jason's kicking my ass today. I'm not doing it. Fuck him. And I went inside and tried very much not to listen to that. But all I ever did was repeat what law enforcement did. Lawson, Hawkins County stated openly, you're not allowed in there to search unless you get permission through law enforcement. I was going by what my neighbors and community members said. They didn't want these YouTubers in there. They
No, and
didn't
I
want
wouldn't
them.
either. Fuck, hell
I had other
no.
neighbor who has now since died, and him and I both were fighting cancer at the same time. I know how it felt. I know what he went through, and he was a veteran, and it was traumatizing for him to listen to those helicopters day in and day out, and here he'd just come back from
Yeah.
months long treatment and being stuck in an isolated environment during COVID and getting stem cell training. I knew what he was going through, and I knew right before I left Ben Hill his had come back, and we both got extraordinarily bad news and about a second cancer of mine on the same day because we both visited the same cancer and radio oncology centers and all this, and I knew what he was going through, and
Hmm.
them yelling at me lightly, and people are like, "Oh, she's being evil. She's the mayor. She don't want anybody in there." I just know that community, and I know how much it's changed and how life forever will change from now. Not just because of summer vanishing, but because of these YouTubers and the way they violate with drone usage and all this other crap, and they're doxing everybody. People that don't even have anything to do with anything. And they're trying to find and track down all the witnesses, and in doing so, they don't realize they're tampering with those who very much do have the best reputations and can ride, you know, um,
Yeah.
you know, the court and the stand to help bring justice to summer when the person or persons responsible are found. It's that simple, you know. But they call me the mayor. But all I ever did was repeat basics, basically, add in our own what we witnessed and heard, and the basics of it. I've never given all of that. I never will. Not to the public, not to YouTube, until I know
No,
that
and
it's safe.
you shouldn't.
So,
I
mm,
again, this is, and I don't know all the details on the summer stuff because this is not my forte. Anxiety because there's so many people with so many different, and it's just regular. It's like they fucked it up from the gate. They're
yeah,
continuing to fuck it up. I don't care what anybody says. You can be. These people need to move the fuck on because they're not
yeah,
actually ever going to find summer.
yeah. Well, it's like TM and them proudly proclaiming they were latched on within hours of Summer's Amber Alert, just like they do the rest of these cases. I know because we're on the ground, we're real life people. We're not creators, we're not YouTubers. I know the first calls coming in that I then tracked back to these creators. All they simply did was get on social media, realize very clearly that Exudo MIL was supposedly religious as part of her own monster mask, right? That type of garbage. They called her pretending to be church people, wanting to help, that blah, blah, blah. We all know the group and who it is now, right? But
Yeah.
it's that simple. And then within days, they have fake federal agents, made up. You've heard them admit to it yourself. I mean, that it to me is imagine what all they've siphoned up pretending to be stuff like that on the ground. One of these idiots
Yeah.
could really hold the key and not even realize they hold the damn key, but those people will never speak to anyone again, thinking they were speaking to a
Yep.
super clandestine, super secret spy agent, you know, and it never gets to law enforcement where it needed to be in the first place. This this case, Summer could have already maybe possibly been found. And the person
Well,
or
I
persons
think I
responsible.
think some of the things, law can't just be YouTubers' fault. And the family has to take some responsibility with the different. But at
I
the
think
same time, there's so much that they're saying call the TBI. like if you're working a call center where there's a tip line and you're getting thousands of bullshit tips based on rumors or something, you that just muddies the water. That just takes up time from agents that are they're not helping. I mean, I just saw a video where BK made a fucking call to somebody. I don't know if it was a TBS Don Wells's probation, trying to lie and say guy the guy was when because Don won't have
Oh
anything to
yeah,
do
that
with
was
him and
during
won't.
it. That was that same 9 hour like live he did where he was calling in to Pruitt and TBI and all the other surrounding agencies trying to have me arrested. And we had gotten word on the ground he was here, right? And he is very dangerous. And I can tell you, I mean, it may sound tenfold to others, but it's like the lead up to him cutting that dog, man. They were all him, Lizzie, 423, a couple others, naming their channels after my animals. Dog hints. This and Aaron, it was a time they were targeting my animals. There was people here on the ground trespassing, letting them go on purpose, pulling up their stakes, doing all kinds of things to them, and then it culminates with him gutting that dog down there. And in the background, we have messages and communications where it's an admittance of that. You know, that was directed at me. That was not at all what it seems. And then here he is every time, even having people getting videos like honest to him, and airing them on how to drive here and all these other things. This dude is dangerous, man, and
Yeah.
it's full in the
Are you
weeds.
still in that area?
Yeah, like I'm only a
Good.
couple miles away from Candace and Dawn.
Yeah, but still, point it's been 18 months and they're still fucking with you, and that is sick.
Yeah,
Ranged
well,
behavior.
he's also gotten pick-me's from the area who think they're really YouTube famous and they're really impressed by the YouTube fame of BK and them, but they also have their own reasons. But he has got uh, what they think from newspaper articles and shit that I fed him way back. So he's got these people in what would be categorized as like the actual cornbread around here,
Uh-huh.
stalking us for months now and related to those newspaper articles things. And then the other day, he really lost his crap when him and Valkyrie and Owen working together, and they knew outright that the video and stuff I got of them several days ago, following us in a way that can no longer be their 4-time passes a day excused. Um, but the other night, they were at a place, and the way in which they followed us, and the tag numbers being swapped, all this. Look, he knows what kind of crap he's getting wrapped up in now, and he knows he just got cornbread caught up, and so do Valkyrie and Fizz and all them. But they're having some of the worst stalk us in person, trespass, do other things, still on a
Yeah,
daily.
that's that's deranged behavior. That is going to get somebody hurt, and he doesn't care. He doesn't. They don't care. Only
No,
care
and
about
with what vision
notoriety.
her, she has no idea what she's come face to face with. And it's been in a lot of best interests not to make these people aware of some things because of what it can set off and what they would tamper with
Yeah.
on purpose. But I told them from the beginning, they were like, oh, she just don't want to see Beechcreek. Look, they have no idea what the fuck they're messing with. And even the simplest of things they do, running between people and lying about or pulling their YouTube narratives to get content, can set off things in real lives that can end up not ending so well, especially once eyes turn away and darkness reigns again. And they don't care.
So my recommendation to you regarding lips is police report in your area and then forward it to the Newaygo County judge because that will show a pattern. Lips to stop. Like lips doesn't stop. Lips does not And if
I know
you,
others around me have been contacting up there and sending things from what she's doing down here to up
I
there.
had I sent a letter to that judge after I watched the PPO hearing and how Lips completely not only disrespectfully believe it was allowed, but that she was able to somehow turn it around on me. And the judge said, "Well, it seems like Nicolina's the problem." Well, clearly, and how horrible Lips is on YouTube. So I wrote a 6-page, sent it to the judge because it is absolutely disgusting to turn that whole restraining order violation hearing into somebody on you. And I didn't start fucking with Lips until she started fucking with my employment and contacting my daughter's father, then telling people that my daughter, her father, and my husband, calling my daughter a maggot. I'm a very vile, irredeemable person. And of
Well,
her behavior towards me and my family, who live only 90 minutes from
you know, so that just means Nick is cutting out pretty bad, right?
drop down because it's restream. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll put the link back up if you want to try to grab it again. Um, but yeah, it does seem to be a continual thing with this group. They do enjoy targeting children. That has been a thing of like TM and BKs for a very long time. And Lips seems to be learning that trick in the worst ways. Plus, they're just their own type of obsessed and they do it for vindictive reasons. Um, and Jane, thank you. Appreciate it. And as far as Little's ears, I know they made fun of whatever, but I bought her off of her list. I bought her a those whatever the hell they were, but the yeah the like the whole thing is like she can't do them extremely large right now, right? Like she can go wee tiny stretching, but nothing major. So all right, Nick. I'll try to just use one of the others in the next day or two. Maybe do it again if you'd like. Um, because you know this is gonna stir shit. You know it is, and I think having a further conversation on it by those who have been being affected by this group, their children targeted, harassed, messed with, even as far. I mean, they do that. It's like, look, the other day, even BK, when he was talking about, Adrian and Jenny in the database and all, he was like, oh, now y'all running scared and you're scared for your children and whatever, which Jenny doesn't have any, but Adrian does. And to me, I'm just sitting there like slow blinking. I'm like, oh, now they care. They care, but they've helped target my children with BK. But now they're scared for their own, and they skirt off, right? So only matters when it's the monsters being affected, right? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm not letting her go crazy about it or anything, but it's just being a teenager, and honestly, that's been a trend for a very long time. It's nothing new. Uh, I always have the hate watchers, Nick. The palm tree riders, whatever it is over there. They got to get their recording in for their content, then, every day, all day. Um, and I have not. You said you sent a cash app. I've not looked up. I don't even know if I have that device on, but I'll look and I'll get back to you. And that's if they allow it through, because, they always gotta do that. That's been part of their thing lately, is not. And we try to have it fixed, but they raise hell. That's why I have the 4 different ones. Speaking of, put it up just to piss them off today. Because they hate it when we make money on our own names or make money on them, tormenting the shit out of us. So, anyway, um, they don't like it. But I can't even believe that Lips is trying to raise money to come down here to supposedly talk to the FBI. That's a whole level of insane. That's goofy. Anybody who buys up, I can't. Yeah, I'm sure that the feds are like, hey, yeah, go on to YouTube, use Summer's name, and raise cash to come and talk to us. That's fine. We'll wait for the information you have. The thing, sure. What the? Who falls for that? And you know what I find super crazy this week is this, or at least right now for what I'm hearing, because like I said, I try not to watch anything being put out um, between us, just because I try to keep us separate and things not tainted. But you know, um, the thing is, there is, and I mentioned this, I think, in yesterday's live as well, as I was going over part of the crazy critters or whatever the hell those goofballs are. And here's the thing, okay? Watching PG and BK into it anyway, alright? It's like, what? Okay? But when you get right down to it, knowing that Daisy and them are pretending they have no idea who BK is, bullshit, you don't around here. Secondly, knowing, even as of right now, PG is very much BK's, and I know this because of, you have to be a special kind of stupid not to. But things in the background and on the ground here, and because of things playing out behind the scenes here on YouTube in their current game, this long run game they've been trying to pull. Yeah. Um, watching it is still just soap operas to bring up attention, whatever around um BK, especially the goofiness surrounding him and C&D. Uh, I also find it strange that y'all remember the piece where Adrian and Jenny are hardcore grilling Linda, and that's all its own little soap opera for its own little purposeful targeting things, and it's goofy, nonsensical, makes no sense. Especially the fact that they even wanted those messages off of her to hold over her head to target Summer and her as a form of blackmail. She didn't comply and stay shut up about me, or keep information away from me or the PIs around Summer. Okay? Etc. And then they supposedly release it, but make sure there's a little fish hook in there that where they release the messages between them, Lips, Linda, Monster, targeting my little that day. It's a thing. Anyway, now BK's on all of that little hit piece, right? And he's sitting there. The whole group obviously wants the PIs and they're putting out that bullshit piece about the remains found, alleged, and it's quite clear that that's not Simmer. The remains are far older. So, that would be my assumption of what you're talking about. It's horseshit. So, anyway. Anyway, the thing is you have BK clearly sitting there, uh, on that. They're letting Adrian and Jenny play good cop, bad cop, whatever, and eating like little predators, feel powerful as they all step back, but TM steps in every now and then to make sure Linda stays on the lie path that she's supposed to, and whatever. Um, it's a whole big mess. Alright, it is not what it appears at all to be. But there they are, the whole group of them, not wanting anything to get back to either the PIs. But then the other day, right, it looks like the alleged quote recorded calls by Keys with him and Dawn and others, right? That don't really make a whole good bunch of sense, honestly. But you also have Floppy. Now remind you that just what, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, when he caught the accidental screen flash on my device, right? And it had the PIs in there. He raised hell. He's like, oh, is she in cahoots with the PIs around C and D, right? But apparently at some point, uh, yeah, he tried to make that like it was a nefarious thing, right? Or something. Now, on the Crazy Critters fake fight soap opera bullshit between him and PG, for entertainment purposes only. Uh, what you have is him saying that he was talking to the PIs himself and told him he was gonna, and through them when he was talking to them, he told Dawn he'd kick his ass, do whatever if he touched Candace. So apparently, Floppy, according to his own mouth, is in contact with the PIs as well. So why would me having contact with him be a no-no, according to him, the group, to the point where they're blackmailing people, right? To shut the fuck up, not letting them get back to the PIs for Summer, her case, and not to let them get back near me, right? And at that point, though, part of that was them targeting my little. That's what that was part of their background bullshit, messing about and monkeying with little and getting ready to target her with that false, and I with that false sweating call saying she'd been told to quote unalive herself, which there's evidence that never happened, was not a fucking thing, and as soon as they heard proof, it was like, uh-oh, but they still continued that shit anyway. And I've played the proof out in the open for this place. So anyway, yeah, I just find that strange. Nobody else finds that strange. That in the past couple of days he's admitting to talking to the PIs himself, but yet during that, nothing, And then the other day, just a week ago, he's like, oh, it's sus that Jody Sue has contact with the PIs around Summer. Tried to make it a whole thing. And then somebody has made one video with all kinds of recent receipts on this group. Just go poof, right? A live I did, I don't know, 2 weeks ago or something. Around the same time he put that out when he caught the flash, it was in that video. Yeah. And they're scared for them and the receipts that are somewhat in that video. What they don't realize is that video is actually to do with Summer more than them and cornbread. Right? Or maybe they do realize because, this group seems to be working hand in hand with a whole lot of fucking cornbread around here locally. A little concerning. Especially when that cornbread leads all the way back into Ben Hill. And Beechcreek itself. a little concerning, but they wanted to make sure that video went poof. Uh, and then it's like watching the doofus the other day. He called every agency he could to try to, make up whatever spin he wanted to try to have me arrested or looking like whatever. And it looks like Dawn at the same time. He was calling everywhere on him as well. Um, the thing is, what he did was he then got Pruitt, who I've said for months, Pruitt and the FBI were here, right? When we were told to our faces we were not suspects, etc., that we were witnesses only. Um, I've said that for months. And then, lo and behold, out of Pruitt's mouth, BK accidentally catches him saying, one, Jody Sue's not a suspect, right? Uh-oh. And now he's trying to spin that shit too. He's really out here on these streets going, well, doesn't that mean she's a POI now, though? And now they want to split frog. Now they want to pretend they know what POI means, right? And now it's, well, the feds didn't say, well, this didn't happen, whatever, right? And I've got some of his people stuck back here in the comments held for review section. They're like, well, that doesn't mean the feds cleared you or anything, so good luck. But I obviously didn't lie about Pruitt being here and present when we were told to our faces we were not suspects, we were witnesses. So would I lie about the feds being here and the feds saying that at the same exact time Pruitt was here? Do you think I'd get online and say something like that if it weren't true? Obviously, the man who I just told you had, been here and present when that was said the same thing. So if I wasn't lying about that, chances are I'm not lying about the feds saying that to our faces right here with proof. And they were actually here that day because of false shit. Floppy had, you know, played games with law enforcement and had C up to playing games and hoaxes with us and targeted another call at us over some bullshit, I believe, that day. So yeah, you know. But now he wants to spin it. He literally was on the Cow Lady's channel, I think, when that moment happened. He was like, yeah, he did. Because when I played it, he said that about how Pruitt had said, uh, I was still a pit. That's not what Pruitt said. So he's trying anything to do to spin that, right? But his people still are back here in the past 24 hours, like, just as they're trying to spin that narrative to be like, oh shit, BK fucked up. And he verified what Jody Sue said by the exact person Jody Sue said was there when they said that she was not suspect or her children, because both were here. Both were here, and we didn't ask. We were just told outright. So, you know. And that doesn't mean law enforcement can't lie or anything. I'm not stupid. Thing is, even officials, when I talked to them yesterday, it was like, man, my exact words are the same thing to them as they are to you all. I don't give a shit where we stand until Summer's found in justice. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if I was any of those things. POI, sus, until the day Summer is found and the person and persons responsible are found, right? Because obviously law enforcement had not cleared anybody or said otherwise in person. Uh, to others, they're not, and I'm talking about like YouTubers, they had not told them one way or the other. Just like they've never given an actual list of POIs or suspects. They've not given lists of witnesses. They've not given anything to anyone. Really, the only witness are, like the delivery driver and the red truck. Those have been named, but look, they made the red truck person a suspect. So even if law enforcement does give them somebody they call a witness, hell, they turn that person into a suspect too. You know? And these people are blaming everybody from like kindergarten school teachers out in the Midwest to liquor store people to people in the community who might have owned a vehicle 43 years ago. They dox everybody, terrorize everybody. I mean, look around Leilani and all that, man. I mean, shit, she was named as the prime and only suspect, and YouTube was still coming up with suspects. You know, even after Leilani was put in cuffs and hauled away, they're still like, oh, the babysitter, the fry, this person, that person. Give me a break. You got them over there hunting down and terrorizing and Piper and all them who are involved, obviously, in Summer's case and being the leash handler of our own monster abuser and all that in the background. She's trying the same misery attached. If anybody talks to her, they're hers, like property weird, clingy thing with an on around the Idaho 4. And he starts messing with her, and oh, she gets mad. I mean, man, she was down here sleeping in the damn driveway for like a month of Monster, dude. That girl's whole obsessed, and if you watched her on live panels with it's just the whole thing is just insane at this point. But you've got them blaming everybody for everything, even after they've got their prime and only suspects, as stated in public by law enforcement federal agents, arrested and put in jail. You've still got them over here trying to make ex-boyfriends and everybody else everything. You know, it's so not okay, man. Um, because she's creepy and weird, wicked. That's why she's sleeping in the damn driveway. And because she's whole on obsessed, and there's other things in the background I'm sure Stall Pump don't even know. And how Monster was first contacted, and the way it's fine, it's all fine. I don't care. But and he has very much been here and behind the scenes since as long as we really have been out in public too. And they all think everybody's stupid. It's fine. But and he's been targeting us even with that order in place the whole time, and using his group to do so. I mean, there's evidence of it, but he violated way a long time ago before I ever even used names or anything online, because I wouldn't refer to him by his name, and I still actually technically don't, because what you all know him as is not his real name either. So anyway, till he come online was mentioning mine and talking about me and violating orders I never did use. Yes. I think that started after the cabin piece that Piper and him ran with Pindar and Scott and all them, as they really set in the targeting and tormenting cycle of us and the extreme discrediting, right? But anyway, and then like she went back and even changed the dates to try to keep Monster safe, etc., from violations and stuff, and to try to make it look like those pieces weren't put up until he was safe to quote do so when they thought papers were. It was goofy as shit, but then you have her admitting online is the reason she's keeping certain stuff in the background is to keep him safe, while still speaking for him openly to target us while orders were in place. And obviously, Stall Pumps played her own role in all this shit show, just like her trying to set up in like court about her yelling at me, but then when I turn my head, she tries to make it like, oh, she was the one doing something, but it's clearly on camera. And then break in certain things. It's pretty gross what's happening, okay? And that's what happens when not only are you dealing with a fucking monster, but a monster supply, and then playing with monsters on YouTube together. It's been a special kind of hell. That's the thing with Clay. She's already been doing that the whole time. Because the thing with him and Stall Pump is that was happening for quite a while. Alright? And then it got attached and it got a whole ass job beside him to keep control over him and to watch his life and to do things, right? Meantime, he's got three other stall pumps at other fucking gas stations and grocery stores and up there grooming people at the damn closest grocery store that were youngins, don't even know no smoke. He was doing, look, I'm just telling you. Stop and wishes she knows the fucking truth. She's been had, he's been had. They're a perfect fucking pair for one another. Let them have at it. Good luck, good riddance. Peace. Just get the whole hell out of my life and Little's life and Eldest's life because he's triangulating him. He's pushing, pulling. He very much pushed his way back into a kid's life that did not want him there, but feels obligated because of the way in which Monster and New Supply have pushed their way into my family, uh, and stuff, to try to have contact, and it's been too much, alright? And changed the trajectory of my eldest life because of it, in an attempt to get the fuck away from me. So, whatever. Um, it's pretty gross. And speaking of, y'all, let me see. Because the newest thing, right, is that I don't know if I can access it. Maybe I can. Maybe. And you had BK recently because they had went on to certain profiles of people who didn't listen to me and gotten pictures that I took while we were out of state for his military graduation. Right? I took those people together because I was there, right? And they put them up on this group, got a hold of them and put them out, despite protections for active members of the military. They did it anyway. All right. Um, mhm, mhm. But they got people whole ass believing that my child is not in the fucking military. That somehow I guess we're just all, oh dear, that we're all bullshitting to do this, to do that, to hide, whatever. And I'm gonna show this, y'all. Uh, this is me saying goodbye to my eldest just the other day. Um, I'd call that a military uniform, y'all. And it will be the last time. But look, we had to. This group's gone so far that while he was here, kind of told him to stay as far away as he kind of could, so they couldn't follow and stalk him to places he was. Hopefully, around people who matter to him to try to keep him safe. And then here comes Ziggy trying to contact him and phone harassing him, and in doing so, it took time away from us with him. But in order to keep him safe, it was worth it. But it will probably be one of the last times I see him for years. And if war breaks out, who knows what, you know? But it was better to keep him safe from dumbasses like Ziggy and others and give up what was time with him. They suck. These people suck. Okay? Yeah. And I'm not going to show his face because I've spent such effort in trying not to put out anything about, so, and with my health, I don't know. Because you never know when that last goodbye. But, all these moms and aunts and grandmothers here, what do they say? Oh, they're these mama bears, this and the other, but they take my mama bear as somehow sus. When all I've done is try to protect my children from a monster abuser I've lived with for most of my life. My eldest did for all of his, and little for most of hers. And so far, other than last year or so, right? Plus whatever time it spent in jail and stuff away from her. But, you know, all I've ever tried to do is keep them safe from, now that we're out, to cut off ties entirely, to keep them safe and away from monsters of one variety or another, since leaving Ben Hill especially. And my mama bear is seen as sus while all these other bitches drive around in their minivans with that stupid cliche sticker of mama bear, and they get online and try to make my mama bear sus. While they go, yay, our troops support them, they shit all over my kid wearing a uniform. That what allows them to have their free speech they can come online and shit on him with? Terrorize his mom, sister, keep them in danger. Yeah. But on their own personal lives, they're all like, oh yeah, military, yay, screw them all. That's how I feel about it. Uh, and what is it? What's that other narrative, guys? Uh, because I'm not going to show the whole letter. This is the other day of him letting me know. Because he obviously traded places and where he was at. And we had to have the new addresses, right? But what's that narrative? BK and all them, and Slithers and Fizzle are like, oh, he's trying to get away from her and glad you'll have a new life and you'll meet a new family now. You have a real one and all that gross shit they've started since my son joined, right? But yet, And my kid knows me well. Right? Knows me well. Let's say my kid hates me, doesn't he? He joined the military to get away from me, doesn't love me, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And, but I get a letter, just the other day. It's fine, right? Says he just wanted to write, make sure, had the address, etc. at the end of it. Tells me, he loves his sister. He's like, both of you, please be careful and please take care of yourselves. Your son and big brother, Bug. Oh yeah, it really sounds like he hates me, huh? Really joined to get away from me, huh? Yeah, fucking. And he does know me, because he's all like, sorry for the letter being upside down. Because I was like, what the hell? It's one of the first things I noticed. Oh. And he does know me, huh? Yeah. You think he was telling me to be careful for what reason? You know? I'd say monsters. I'd say monsters. That I was trying to keep him and others he loves safe from while he was here. Even still, even as a quote young adult, because he's my child. And I know he didn't do a goddamn thing. So does everybody else. And to keep him safe from their bullshit and tampering with or trying to contact him to where he can write a stand and testify if necessary. Because someone matters. Truth matters, and those that remain that aren't tampered with matter. So, yeah, crafters, and if you were here on those lives while she was here, you could hear her coming by blowing the horn. So we have our own video doing so. That's not harassment at all, is it? While she's, and it goes right into her video. Her whole video and reason for coming down here, look at it. She once again, for Floppy and Tiffany Marie, came down here all the way from Indiana to do nothing but dox the entire roadway again, show a video of how to get here, drive around it, do whatever. Then she went to Fred, try to get hit pieces, lies added in for more cash, all this other bullshit, spinning narratives to target us. That's all that was about, and that's all she was here for. And then it shows targeted harassment when she then clearly, while I'm on a live and on our cameras, while I was on live, you all could hear her coming by blowing, honking, doing all that, right? But we have her on camera doing so. Right? We also have her on camera stalking, harassing, filming our residences, doxing. And then it shows the targeted harassment when all she comes back with from here is pieces to harass, bully, do what she did online. So I don't know. I'd say bones about uh, in all kinds of deep shit. Honestly. Um, and then try to make shit look like it when it's like, man, the pool thing and all that, dude. All the men in the family have basically passed away in a very short time. And have my health. They've made my mom have a heart attack. There's other stuff occurring on here. There's a brand new pool liner back there. We've just not been able to put it in. Wow, these motherfuckers wish they owned an in-ground pool, y'all. And they're gonna be like, oh my god, how awful. Look, I fixed the pool liner for my Pat passed while he was sitting there directing me. And I was swim trying because one of our other littles around here um, had accidentally poked holes in it with a toy. So I fixed it and patched it and everything else. And then after everything, lost my pap, cancer, my brother. And then this place with the red truck bullshitter made my mom have a heart attack and that killed her. So that was groovy. You know, just ain't got it back in yet. Like, you know. But the thing is, under that gazebo, it's not garbage or anything. All it is other. It's an estate from another family member passing, and it was brought here. And because of our help, it's there. And but when they do it and they put narratives to it, it's whatever. Like fuck them entirely. They wish they had an ground pool with fucking slides and diving boards and shit. That's all I can say about it. So anyway, uh, they can just kiss my whole ass. The narratives they put up there, and it's like you'd think my dogs go in and out and this and there, for no reason. You can clearly see my poor little semi-disabled one doing his job. He was like, "No, no, Bones, back up, woof woof, right? Um, fuck you, get out." And then, it's like, "Oh God, they're at yeah." It's a weak spot in the property, and it's where they keep trying to come in at, spot cameras and stuff back there as well. And so the dogs go in and out, blah, 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 and they do what they're supposed to be doing. You also cannot let them free roam around here, and I'm not gonna risk them getting hit by cars either. So, yeah, there are a whole bunch of dumb people in here. I mean, like the neighbors all have dogs as well. They can't free roam. They're on chains when they go in and out. So do mine. Uh, and y'all seen mine inside clearly. They also split their time between other residences. This whole place can kiss my ass. When they have creepers like YouTubers and the crazies they set off and direct to come cut our power or to come harm us and shit, they want their dogs around too somewhere to alert. Yeah, so she doesn't care. Bones doesn't care, nor does this group how they're affecting or tampering with or, you know, people's lives. And not just until Summer's case is solved and Summer brought home and justice and all this. But forever. What they've put out online will be forever a risk to us, especially by the pizza gators and nutcases and QAnon and way crazies they've set off and directed and know that's what they're doing and putting out Bermuda Triangle shit and all this other crazy like that fake news stretchy face photo lady does and all them and they're y'all see it. If you see it, you see it. If you don't, you don't. I can't help you get there because I'm so done with regurgitation some days. But they actually find some people that are not so well, um, and they set them the hell off, and they know what those types of people can do and are capable of doing. Hell, you even have anti-safe space. Out here threatening to murder us outright or to set the camper up or all these other things, and people just don't blink an eye, bro. Like, you have CZ type slashed onto us and all this shit. And look, that one in particular, I believe the last message she sent me, she wasn't gonna mention my name on her channel anymore. But look at her, there she goes again. She couldn't find an inch without it. So now she's right back on Summer shit, right back on my name, right back on the hate wagon train bullshittery. And I ain't got time for it. And I ain't dealing with it. And I'm just gonna openly state any more bullshit with my name on that channel or my littles. And there ain't gonna be no weaveling in and out like certain people did with chicken to play games with courts or to get out of coming here. Cause that was some horse shit anyway. But maybe others ought to be thinking about the shit they said where it concerns certain people. That's all I'm saying. Because I ain't ever been stupid. And when there's contact made, that thing get around that whole chicken period. Well, You have to be a special type of stupid to ever think I'd trust anything that did what that one did anyway to my children and I. And that wasn't entirely fucking with it the entire time. Um, and knowing it was still playing patty cake with these other creators, and it's just its own sick twisted. But I swear to you, any more mentions of mine or my children's names on that one's fucking channel, and it won't be weaseling out of having to figure out how to afford to come here. Because I'm all types of done with that shit. I ain't having it. I ain't having a second rendition of that shit in my life, my little life. Or eldest. And I'll tell you, they both despise that thing more than anybody on this earth. And probably more than any of these creators. Um, so I'm real done with that one. He wants to start back up, do whatever, fine. Better leave me in mine. Hold the fuck away out of it, and the narrative spinning and the bullshit for this group. I've been seeing it pop up a lot in Asbestos' channel and everybody else's and the little nefarious ones again, which tells you about everything you need to know about it anyway. And how they really thought I was ever going to trust that redemption arc or the 180. They really think I'm stupid around here, and it's fucking ridiculous. These people are more worried about their own incomes and lives and making money on all of us and the torment of us than they are on what harm and death and destruction they can rain around missing and murdered children's cases. They're not here to help at all, man. And it's like, did anybody notice throughout those pieces the other day that they keep talking about how when I guess Dawn was on um, the Critters or whatever, or other panels, that each time he wasn't talking about Summer, but when he would talk about Summer, they would move it away from Summer. Instead, they dig on what was happening around the boys. They wanted new information. They wanted this. They wanted that from him. They didn't want to talk about it. They wanted new Salacious Jerry Springer shit. They wanted drama. They wanted him to talk shit about creators. They wanted this. They wanted that. They didn't want shit about Summer, but in the next breath, it was, oh, he wouldn't talk about Summer. No, every time he did, they would move him away from it because they wanted new shit, new stuff, right? New entertainment for their incomes, their way of lives, or whatever, for entertainment, not to solve, not to do anything, right? Um, and then at the end they'll scream, "Well, he wouldn't even really speak about Summer. He didn't care about her then." And then they'll be like, "Well, Summer matters." Then they'll be like, "We're trying to get to the bottom of what happened to Summer." No, you're not, because you had Dawn on your panel. I have yet to see one of these people ever have anybody on the panel and actually ask real, like, Barbara Walters or Cronkite type questions, like, a real actual interview, and stay on topic. It's because they're not worried about that. I mean, look at Daisy up there during that thing where the fight with PG and BK. They have Summer's picture up there where they're all talking most disgusting things. And they go, well, this is about Summer. Well, no, it's not. It absolutely was not. You know? Um, and then BK talking about, oh, if you want an exclusive interview with me, I've been up there 6 or 7 days and I'm the. But yet he doesn't even know the damn basics. You got the Miss Christine, and that one just needs to stay the whole hell out of my comment section and everything else, talking about it's a brainstorming channel. Well, first of all, ma'am, you have to have a brain to brainstorm with, and you have to have the basics, and at least the things from law enforcement, press releases, all of that correct, in order to start brainstorming. So don't come at me in my comment section with that horseshit. Also, don't try to equate me calling you out for your stupidity and your lack of basics and all that crap and what you did with that stupid re-release of the phone call law enforcement obviously had because it was called into them, and then being ignorant enough to tag the same fucking police department in it, plus TBI and FBI, like they didn't have it shit. Put it out as your claim to fame, swear up and down with the ghost hunter noises trick that you could hear XYZ in the phone call. Now the whole damn world believes that bullshit because they too now hear the ghost hunter noises that you wanted them to hear. That was gross. Okay? And when I watch somebody be stupid enough to pay for a call that's been out here since like day 3 after Summer vanished, um, put out the bullshit you did on it, then be stupid enough to tag the actual police departments and feds and that is just mind-blowingly stupid. But don't try to equate me calling you stupid or a tragedy pimp um, with what's been done to all of us around. Don't ever do that. Because you ain't. What's one of us calling you stupid or unhelpful or ignorant or just a tragedy pimp is not the same as the level of bullying, harassment, slander, libel, any of that that's been done to us, the real life stalking of us, the torment of us, the forever danger risk to us, the decimation of our lives, our health, people having heart attacks about being killed around us because of people like you disseminating false, misleading information on purpose with your little ghost hunter bullshit, your claims to fame, your YouTube jerking off, your money wrangling, and your quote brainstorming without a brain or even knowing basics. Right? Don't ever come to my fucking comment section again talking about how me calling you all that is somehow equatable to what you and yours and everybody else, your stupid brainstorming, have done around Summer, her family, her church families, her community, witnesses, etc. You gonna miss me with all that garbage, bro. And y'all can listen to people like BK go, you can have an exclusive interview with me, or you can do whatever. And then him not even know the basics, but here you are asking him fucking questions, and you can put out that piece with Bones, but let's keep in mind it's Bones, um, and talking to, and we all know what happened, and all you've really got to do is put together the amount of time between Summer vanished and when she talked to the tree and brush cutters at a place they parked because they were still around here. Um, and what was actually said and what the truth is and what reality is. I mean, it's really, um, y'all can do whatever you want with pieces and be like, oh, Judge is bullshitting it. See, we're right because Bones did talk to this, and then to call Bones anything factual or whatever while she pays these people for interviews and then has them add shit in is real unhelpful. You can't call shit Bones does. Matter of fact, she has a disclaimer up there, Miss Christine 54B90 or whatever. All right, she has a disclaimer. It says it's all entertainment. She's also very much paid people with the boots on the ground because that's who the first camp she came in with is. But you also have to realize that they're all connected, right? BK, TM, MGL, JLR, Bullhorn. All of them are connected. They're all playing together. It's all bullshit. You literally cited Bones as credible information as they pay for play for interviews and shit months later from a person that knew a guy that knew a guy on the same team, and you still think it's sus that somebody left the fucking area immediately after Summer vanished the next day, even though they had been released and told they could not be in there per law enforcement, that they cut the amount of people down from those crews that could be in there. Me personally, I don't think any should have been allowed back in, but that's where we're at. They only had a few guys left that could come in. Most of them were not it. Okay, so him going home or otherwise, not sus in the fucking least. Feds have his name. They have all their names from all those crews. Pro tip. So you brainstorming over that ain't real fucking helpful, and I'm sure that poor one guy out of like the 150 men that were working in there around all the weeks prior to summer vanishing and after. I'm sure it's real helpful from an insight and bones as a source of factual information, while she literally has a disclaimer up saying hers is entertainment purposes only. While they all, and you can watch them on video, hand money to these people, lying bullshit, add stuff in, just like they did Dudley in interview number 2, and Sharfie, and everybody. Everybody except my ass, because homie ain't having no part in it. JLR stood in there for I don't know how long, stalking people in the community, handing out $200 to $500 per interview with people that weren't even motherfucking neighbors, calling them neighbors, this and that and the other. Knowing that half of them went down there on purpose to take his money and call themselves neighbors and just to fuck with him. And this group took the bait, so whatever. Whatever, right? But that's the difference between being one of us and one of you all, I suppose. We're not creators, we're not YouTubers, we're us, but y'all do take your exclusive interviews from idiots who have been here in person but don't seem to know even the basics. Weird, eh? Like even Floppy on his exclusive interview didn't have basics, right? Didn't know timeline. Just whole ass lying about stuff. You know. Yeah. Weird, eh? And how they've still, even here, knowing in the background, they have still got even everything wrong, from footprints to scents to all the things. And knowing, I mean, it's disheartening, but correcting them at this point, just it's gonna cause more. You can't for starters. And they won't allow it because they want to be right. But on top of that, especially it's stupid. It's stupid, and I watch them every day walk around like they won a game of chess and they're pigeon shitting on a chessboard, and their whole ass wrong about everything. They can't even get basics that were released in pressers and newspapers, and the little information that has been given to them, they can't even get that right. But things known to us and not them, we know that they're wrong on, and at this point, even attempting to correct it's going to do no good for Summer or her investigation or for law enforcement. It's just going to cause more chaos. And but I do know, and so do others here on the ground, that one day I mean, we get to laugh when it's not so damn sad. We get to laugh. Most of these creators, if not all of them, in one way or the other. Yeah. But damn, they can't even get the freaking basics right. The very little that's been given to them by law enforcement, feds, real investigative journalists, and everything else. They can't even get that right and straight, and it only takes like 5 minutes to Google or watch a true WJHL piece or anything else. And granted, media, especially closest to the ground, they are tools of law enforcement, but there's truth to be had there, and facts and reality and whatnot. But you know, yeah, Wicked. I don't know. I'm waiting to see how that turns out. If there's actually charges we ever see placed on Bones for that or anything coming to that. Because they do like those types of arcs around here. And you notice nothing ever happens with it. It just disappears into oblivion. The people that it supposedly happened to stay part of YouTube. Eventually come back out in their real clothing, and then they're right back around the same creators and the same groups and all that, but you never hear real charges being filed. It just goes away. So there's quite an abundance of that around here, and there's usually big ones. There's been quite a few throughout all this, and It's a way to create drama during slow periods or to target certain creators to get them online, to blackmail them in ways, to set them up as well, to blackmail them, to use them during certain periods, and to annihilate them in their channels if they do not comply. And then they get afraid. And dear, I may or may not be here. Hold on. Okay, I think I'm back. Anyway, but it's not hard for them to look up the YouTubes real quick of locals, and then look up their criminal backgrounds and figure out which ones would be best, especially where money and stuff concerns them, and to see which ones look like little cons they can easily trap in to take the heat, even if they leave people behind. Because most time these cases are pretty quick. Most children on a whole are found uh, very quickly, so they want in and out, right? Summer's case, they didn't bank on the level of unprecedentedness around it, and how long. And then they just started screwing it up on purpose, much like BK's admitted to, and putting out false information into the screw up on purpose for payment. But they wrap up local YouTubers, get them to get up to some of the worst stuff on the ground. Then they've got them stuck in criminal behavior, and they're afraid not to do what this group wants, etc. But they're usually in and out pretty quick, unlike Summers. Right? But it's what they do around each case. Um, and it's what they do to other YouTubers as well, if they can manage it, as they wrap them up in stuff, threaten them, blackmail them. They set them up. Um, and they try to make a whole lot of things look like things it's not. It's a thing around here, guys. And I know it sounds tinfoil, but it's reality, and there's proof of it, okay? There's ample proof. And y'all, I really am trying to quit smoking, but every time I quit smoking, something bad happens. I'm not kidding. So I'm gonna light a real cigarette in between my vape here. I figure if I stay 50-50 right now, then it can't, whatever this time, whatever bad happens, can't be that bad, right? Because literally every time I quit smoking, then the cancer, and then my pap died, and then, I mean, every damn time I quit smoking, something horrendous happens. Stupid. Um, I don't think week or next week or the weeks to risk it. So I'm just going to stay on a 50-50, part vape and part real cigarette. Well, I can quit cold, that's the thing. But also that they gave me whatever that was at one point, that medicine. And dude, and the first tablet with that, I can quit. Never crave another one again. But the problem with that is that there's some, I get a little weird on that medicine. And right now on this walk through Jurassic Park is no time to be getting weird. Okay. Um so Yeah, honestly, they need some damn coffee too, quite frankly. But yeah, you that's the thing. I don't mind it when I quit Wiki, but these people and the stress. But on top of that, really seriously, now I have this like paranoia about it because literally every time I have quit smoking, something extreme has happened. My pap died, the cancer, this, that, summer vanished. It's been fucked up, y'all. So, you know, after this walk through tragedy, think they'll never, maybe. Because that one medicine really does. I can take the one tablet and I can not crave another cigarette again. Period. Like, no issue. And then not take the tablets after a day or two and be fine. Never think of a cigarette again. Don't have a problem with it. And thank you, 5P. I do appreciate that. That will definitely help out with the bills next month. Because despite what everybody thinks and these tragedy pimps want to play, they're definitely funneling off and tapped into stuff to divert funds and hacking into stuff. And on top of that, you don't see the rest of us even being able to move to safety, right? Let alone $500,000 houses and brand new cars and travel money and all that shit. Y'all seen any of us being able to do that? Nope. Who's been doing that? Oh yeah, the creators. And I have shown y'all receipts for what's in the background and what, my YouTube has brought in the entire time. And literally, I think it breaks down to like when I finally decided to monetize and everything. I don't know, I think it breaks down to like $300, $400 a month. That's what the average, is if you break it down and do the math on it. Yeah, wow. It's really rolling in funds, ain't it? They've costed us far more than we've ever made. Trust me when I say that. They've cost us our safety. I could have already been moved to the cabin I've paid for and is back here. Okay? Couldn't do that because of stalkers. I could have at least been in that and moved, but can't. But savings we had is depleted, and it's because of this fucking place and trying to look past them. Can't go out shopping half the time. Can't do this half the time. Can't even go to the damn store down here half the time. Or they're trying to sell photos of I or Little or somebody else. They just, you know, they keep us trapped in a box like good little monsters. You know how they like putting their victims in boxes to make sure they have control over them. Yeah, I'm on fire. Seriously. And I showed you a receipt the other day, like that one Cash App or whatever, PayPal. Bitch, that ain't moved and ain't nothing come into it since like fucking October. Right? So if anybody does, though, right now, I've been asking this for a while. If you do send money via Cash App or PayPal, um, like, do send a message with it or let me know in chat somehow. It keeps them from being able to fiddle with that and have fun. Because we've had several moments on their little hacking shit where the email notification comes in, but then the shit doesn't. So just much like the messages I showed you earlier that they finally allowed through, right? Way later than they were seen. And it's no coincidence that one of them involved another creator wanting to contact us while here that the other group's fighting with and doesn't want to have contact with anyone here, and TM. And that BK and TM are buddies over there, and then the hacking is extreme during a certain period. Oh, it doesn't surprise me at all, or the pieces and the certain messages not being allowed through until, you know, come on, guys. It doesn't take a super genius here. And when I quit, it doesn't really bother me that others smoke alcohol. And honestly, with me, I've always smoked, but it's like since I was very young. But I've always hated the taste. I don't like the smell. Each cigarette I light up, it damn near makes me barf. Because it just, there's something about it that makes me sick. Uh, and for me, it's more of an OCD thing. Or I have to have something to do with my hands, mostly. And if I liked candy or I could tolerate the straw or toothpick thing, it might have worked out, but I'm not a candy person. So far, crafters, I've not heard anybody actually do anything to help summer. And those of us who have tried to use this platform are coming here naively in ways, thinking we were going to protect our own children, um, not realizing they were the one. This place was actually the ones using it as drawings and things, or that we were going to find like maybe real people here, real people with real credentials to help. Um, Summer, in her case, realizing very quickly that was not the case. It's heartbreaking. Thank you, my pie. I'm sure Little will appreciate that. Yeah, what's kind of heartbreaking for me though is Summer and Little's birthdays are one day apart, right? And Summer won't be here this February. I hope so. I hope something changes in the next few days, and she's here, right? But the chances of that are slim. But that she won't be getting a hug or a birthday present or safety. We don't know where the hell she is. And it kind of smacks a little. Here's Little's, which that was originally Little's Christmas list, and then she's like, screw that floppy burger fella for screwing my Christmas list, along with Anna and Dazed and TM and Monster and Stall Pump and all them. I'm keeping it up. Can I keep it up as a way to fight back, Mama? Can I keep it up to my birthday? And it was like, yeah. But yeah, another birthday of Summer's passing. Most likely without her here is kind of, it's not cool, man. And it's something I was talking about with like officials yesterday. It's like the longer time has moved forward, um, the more time is getting a little screwed for us, right? Because we're always kind of walking June 15th. But I think to us it's unbelievable that it's been this long. And you have a very hard time, I think, so far out. Understanding that it's been this long, but it feels like lifetimes, but it feels like the same day. Everything in our minds some days is like, oh no, it was just a couple weeks ago, it was just a month ago. This walk through Jurassic Park's only been, and then you realize it's been 19 months. It's been this. And you're like, holy shit. So that was actually 3 months ago with the targeting call. It was this, it was that, and it's walking in a very weird way through the universe since June 15th. And it's hard. It's hard to fathom, I think, for us that it's been so long. But also because it feels like it's today. Like June 15th is June 15th every day for us. And it's very hard to walk through time like this. It is wicked, yeah. And I could member, some are being brought in during a snowstorm from the hospital. Them having to park all the way at the end of the lane. And I've shown the messages where Candace tells me her name for the first time. And remembering that snowstorm in particular because I have videos of mine out playing in that one because it was a really good snow that year. The snow stayed for so long. It's hard. And then, oh, the wild part is like other family members' birthdays are on the same days as well. You know, my brother's birthday's here in the next couple of days, and it's kind of hard to believe, but it's because he wasn't here on his birthday, and he thought all of us had forgotten him because of where he was, and it was just that mail had screwed up, so he never got his birthday stuff, and then all of a sudden he's here, and then he died almost exactly a month after his birthday. And knowing those dates are coming up from the next couple days until next month, you know, on my pap's birthday, all these things. Plus having to deal with Monster again live and in person. And bullshit, knowing YouTube's fans. And then it's one of those month or twos, right? Wicked, Dazed and all them. Dazed was on a rampage. You can see on the community post of mine. I finally gave it 5 seconds of my time after it spent months and months being a weapon for our abuser and monster that he openly directed people to because he knew they were targeting us with this group that he's been working with. And this group was using that channel Dino with Anna and them and Dave's on it every night to run my live streams, each and every one, to pull people away from here and to make sure that I couldn't do what, you know what I mean, and that they made the money off of it anyway. So Dave's just so obsessed with me and so just gross. That's what they did every night for months and months and months now. Looks like YouTube took notice of that on their own, which they're supposed to do, right? They're supposed to do checks for quote materials. Anything that matches up, they're supposed to notify us of. A lot of times YouTube just fails epically at that. But when I looked the other day, there was like a whole stack back there, Dave's and Dino, and I just let the first 2 or 3 go. And didn't hit them on the rest. And then it turns out that on the Days channel and stuff, they had been targeting others that BK doesn't like so well or wants to have drama with, and they've been using their material. And those people, including White Boy, had a stack of YouTube going, "Hey, here's your material being used by Dazed and whatever." And Dazed being Dazed, just felt entitled and was over here losing their shit thinking it was just me that had hit them, but it wasn't, it was YouTube. YouTube took note of how egregious their TOS violations were, notified all of us. There's stacks of YouTube notifying many creators that seem to be being hit and targeted and narratives put out by Dazed for the BK camp. And all of them, including, and I noticed it because a White Boy did a piece the other day saying such, and along with other creators, and then Dave's took their own channels down, and the one they used to violate, the reason they started the Dino channel, that one and Anna, was so it could be taken down if I struck in this right, but it, you know, so it's pretty wild that it was losing its full on shit and daring me to strike whatever, but the night or two before that. And I hadn't in all that time because it showed a pattern. Letting them run wild sometimes is for the betterment, especially when it comes to civil and legal terms. Um, to show a pattern of behavior. And they're targeting harassment, slander, deprivation of income, all this other shit. And they think they're safe behind voice changers and icons and whatever and blah, blah, blah. They're not. Anyway, but they built the one channel solely just to run my quote material. And in case it got struck, it could come down. And then for some reason the other day, when that sort of some happened, they were losing their shit, jumping up and down, having rage fits, thinking because they can only eat, breathe, and shit me 24 hours a day, they blamed just me, but it turns out it was all kinds of creators that had gotten YouTube notifications about them, and they were all hitting. So Days was like, uh-oh, they weren't aware until, well, made them aware. And then they look like a whole ass. And then it looks like they took down both channels. And then Days, because they couldn't see past their rage and shit, let out this group's super secret plan of hitting all of my material over here, quote material, right? Um, all in the same day at the same time to take my channel. I guess because that'll be real helpful to summer, won't it, folks? Uh, all the things said or given by somebody or another, whether people want to discredit, not believe it, do whatever, that'll be real helpful, right? Be real helpful. That'll be real helpful to law enforcement and feds as well. But they're more worried about them and where it concerns my channel and what I've said about them and this scamathon and everything else from the beginning than they are about Summer. So it's just like the video that somebody's vanished into hell the other day, the one named Chips and Cornbread. They didn't realize that was about Summer and trying to find the people responsible. Right? All they could think was all the receipts must be about them, which a lot of the receipts were, but it leads back to things around Summer. So, yeah, that's how helpful this group is. Yeah, hacked into the background of everything. But anyway, yeah, Wicked is kind of all they're about, at least really. It's the weak spot, right? That's the two weak spots they've had, is using our abuser and monster and leashing that from the very beginning as soon as we left Ben Hill as a weapon to finally come out against me out in the open, but they've been using behind the scenes from the beginning, and we have proof of that. That they were targeting us with Stall Pump from the beginning behind the scenes, um, despite the orders. And then, um, so they had the abuser, right? And then my children, like most moms, your weak points, right? Children, abusers. And then, of course, you've got the whole cancer thing, the surgery, especially as the scars faded and my voice is attempted to a little bit better, but still just off enough for them to be like, oh, she's intoxicated, she's on shit, she's whatever, look at her, you know. And people don't really know, especially newer eyes coming in, that I have cancer, that I had surgeries and like my whole ass head cut off, or that I was supposed to be waking up out of that surgery with no voice ever left me and muted for the rest of my life. And that I'm grateful to have this new voice, even if it does sound like this and is hard to understand some days for others, even though it's deep as shit. You know, I can't help that, but I'm grateful for it. And that I still have one in my surgeon and my team and my cardiothoracic surgeons and all them. They're fucking amazing, okay? And I am grateful every day for them. So, and my new voice and my speech, even though it's disabled because I can't feel parts of my tongue, my mouth, things get tired. Things are still numb in my face and tongue and facial region. You know, but it's always that so they attack on those three fronts, right? Disabilities, children, and our abusers, and all are weapons to them. So that's how much they care around here about survivor children, vulnerable children, especially traumatized children, military, the disabled, you know, they don't give a shit about any of those things. Around here, they will target and torment, terrorize children and hurt them before they'll help or find any of them. They will hurt, harm, and use the disabled before they'll help them or lift them up or support them. Um, and they will actively seek out abusers to use against their survivors and fighters and victims before they'll fucking actually help one or care about one. Because, believe it or not, these people are victim makers. They're not helpers of any variety. I do get "sir" all the time, and I don't mind it. I think it's kind of funny. You know. And even my other voice is like, it was still whiskey stain type, my whole life. Uh, so, and I know some of you have actually heard my original voice. Uh, but I've played it myself. I know many who followed on Facebook or seen some of the stolen blackmail videos of Squall and The Hill and everybody else, and BK when they were doing the first blackmail runs. And some of that stuff's still out there, obviously, running somewhere. Um, my original voice is out there. Yeah. My only real regret is that I didn't have control of the radio. Before I went into surgery that morning, and one of my family members had turned it to Cardi B, WAP. It was the last song I got to sing. I wasn't even a real fan of that song. But I went in there expecting my voice to be fine. They told me to be fine, but last minute changes on the scan showed that they'd have to mute me on purpose to save what they could. And it was a very hard decision when I made like 3 minutes, but freaked out about for a whole 3 minutes. And I was like, you know what? I promised my pap I was going to get this shit out of me at any cost. Go ahead and take my voice then. And I woke up talking, and my surgeon was at my feet, and he was like, holy shit, it worked. I mean, this man and my cardiothoracic and all, they went through hell trying to save any voice from me they could, and it worked. Despite all of because they had to transplant muscles and things at other places and all these things and chase nerves down into my whole chest cavity and pull up all these giant masses and finding masses that wouldn't even show up no matter what scan I'd had, and trust me, I had them all. So, but for some reason on all the scans, all of them never. But anyway, I regret entirely that was the last song I ever got to sing in my original voice. But I went in there expecting to have my voice when I come back out, I didn't know as they'd already put the drip in that plans were going to change and I'd be confronted with, all right, we're going to take your voice. And me having to go, okay, do it. I promised my pap, so do it. And I really wish some days, like, because I was like, well, what if they fuck up? Because there's that fear, and then I don't have a voice, right? And I was like, nah, you got to be positive. They're not going to do that, right? So, but I had an idea about recording my voice, recording myself singing the songs I had written, and sang to my little and eldest when they were in my belly, and then after when they were littles, and I still sing to them. But I wrote those for them, and then their favorite songs for me to sing to them as well. Like the normal little tunes. But um, I I thought, no, I'm not gonna do that. We're gonna be positive. If I do that, it's gonna jinx me. Never knowing that. But I wish I very much had at least done that, because my gut called for me to, and I was like, no, you can't do that, jinx stuff. But I should have. I should have recorded myself singing in my original voice. They would have known and had their little songs down that I wrote them. And like, I wish more than anything I'd done that. But the other regret is the last thing I sang on this earth in my original voice being WAP. Not gonna lie. I should not have went with Driver Picks the Tunes that morning. That's all I'm saying. But whatever, right? The new voice may make coyotes howl and dogs' ears bleed and whatever, but I still sing. I just don't do it very publicly. Because there's always a reason to sing. Yes, Pickle? What is it, buddy? Oh, look at you coming in with the song lyrics, Wicked. How's the rest of that go, Wicked? You may lose and you may win. Yeah, right. I feel like that's in there somewhere. But, you know, I do find it concerning this morning. A couple of the pieces coming, together, but also that Lips appears to be making our rounds on 110 around them or something. And that one continues to target children around Summer that are witnesses. Even if this place tells you that they're this, that, and the other, whatever, they are very much witnesses, friends of Summers, witnesses to life on Ben Hill, witnesses to the timeline. And this place can't find another way, I guess, to target, tamper with, or whatever, than to try to get them, just, that's what they're going to do, I guess. But I find it real concerning that Lips is now openly, let me say openly, patty caking with certain folks. And then targeting the children that are very much witnesses. That this place can't find other ways to. Uh, that's concerning to me. It's extraordinarily concerning. And at a certain level, you have to wonder, is she doing it alone? Are people telling her to besides just this group on YouTube? Or are others that doing it to taint every aspect of everything on purpose? I don't know, but it's fucking concerning. I also find this continuation of the weird PI bender they're all on a little concerning, and then all of a sudden they're mentioning them out the ass, but then what they're saying and doing is not matching and adding up. No, crafters. The only ones allowed to speak to my children are investigative journalists, law enforcement, TBI, FBI, profilers, card team members, and they have. And they will always be available to those people, judges, law enforcement, officials that can actually show me real official credentials and that can be verified, not, fake Fed credentials or fake bounty hunters or anything else they send around. Same type of bullshit and garbage, man. Day in, day out. But they have tried crafters. Monster and Stall Pump have recorded shit. They've done stuff to let out to this group that actually tampers with the children in a way. Without this group caring that what they're hearing being recorded is an abuser interacting with their victim and how the abuse is, it manipulates that situation immediately, and the way in which the smallest among us have been manipulated and abused by Monster and Monster's monster parents. Just as I was trained, others have been trained in other ways, including my children. So Monster and Stall Pump doing that, and then letting it out as tamper with children in that way. But and I'd hazard to bet that even Monster's unaware that Monster Supply recording some of the things and interactions around my family and stuff and letting it out to the group. Because it really does enjoy playing with this group behind Monster's back, let me tell you. And having contact and saying things I know that Monster itself would have real problems with. Um, and I know there's a push-pull aspect there, just as there's always been between Monster and Stall Pump. That's why it checks out and takes a fucking nap. Because it's stuck, right? Stuck with little controller Monster Stall Pump. It knows me better, but it can't take up for me because it's told Monster Supply all these things about me that aren't true, but in its heart and stuff and reality, it knows what kind of mom I am, and it doesn't want to play in it. But it can't get out of the wedge it's put in where it lied to Stall Pump about everything to do with our lives and who it was and who I am. Because I know the lies it tells all supplies, right? Same thing over and over again. So I know what's been told and fed to that thing and what it bought. But also being a monster and keeping control of monster and getting a whole ass job to keep eyes on it 24/7 and force it. And Summer Vanishing was the catalyst. Right? The final force, if you will. Because it knew it was caught. That if everything went to court, ever I testify, it would have to testify to its real whereabouts. Around summer, it would come out. He'd been caught dead to rights, uh, cheating, etc. It was done. So it is what it is. Because the whole goal of that thing in our entire lives since the day we met is keep Jody Sue in a box and strings and flying monkeys and eyes on Jody Sue at all times, but let me live my best life find supplies, tell them the same lie, try to rope people in, always having a bad guy, blah blah blah. Jody Sue Ann, Jody Sue Ann, Jody Sue Ann. You know. Anyway, it's goofy. It's all goofy but scary, but it is what it is. Either way, the main concern here is that that one and this group are still together, whether 110 otherwise wants to believe it. It's a weapon. They're still technically pounding on BK, and those are BK's people, whether they want to believe it. The one that's offering security services is still part of all the things, too. Um, Dolly also goes back into MGL, Bullhorn, the rest, which obviously lead into Silver, which leads into BK, and then right back to TM and everybody else. It's a group working together, guys. Alright? Hell, y'all heard it yourselves, the evidence for it. Hell, just a few weeks ago, you have crime sleuthing and Bullhorn admitting that Silver's involved, la la la. Uh, Yeah, all of it, they all lead back to each other, man. Even if right now, especially because they had to find a new way, since money and views are dropping all this other crap, is the tragedy pimp term for myself and John Crimes picked up over here, and people were coming out in public calling them tragedy pimps every time they were hitting the ground. Then they started having half the tragedy pimps split off as quote anti-tragedy pimps and voting people off islands and doing stuff. So that's their new little soap opera setup. So even the anti-tragedy pimps, you know, unless they're mentioning the whole group and all the connections and other, and if you see them vote people off fucking imaginary islands for cash and sending shit on the grant, all they're doing is actually bringing attention to it, bringing money into the group in a different way, and they're playing fucking games. They're all still tragedy pimps, and they're all still part of the group. And there, the claws and spiders right back in 110, and 110 either falsely believing that they're all not connected with BK and them, or I don't know. I don't care. Like, obviously, Dawn is like, yeah, these people have ruined our lives, and there, but then, and he recognizes part of them, but is connected with. But, Dolly ain't it, bro. Neither the rest. I don't know why the hell anybody be out here playing patty cake with any of these motherfuckers or inviting them anywhere or doing any of that. I just don't. I just don't. Really didn't. But it ends. Place doesn't help summer in the least, other than, in a way, Jerry Springer, I guess, it keeps summer. I don't know. Everything's such a double edged sword around here, but it ain't helpful to screw with real people and their real lives in ways that creates danger for them forever. It's not helpful to destroy cases. It's not helpful to destroy innocent people who have not a damn thing in the community to do with anything, weren't witness to. It's not helpful to destroy them, their way of life forever, or bring danger to them because somebody drove down through there for a tragedy pimp, took a picture of like a random red truck, and then put online forever that they're somehow sus or this and the other, and put them at risk and danger. That's not helpful. I don't know. Dolly's a piece of shit. He is a pedo that bothers me. I don't. But they're all part of the same group. That's a fucked up thing, man. They do fight to certain degrees over. all of us, yeah, but most of it's still whoever won't get in line or do whatever, or whoever gets nearest, then tries to cut the rest of the group off, or money reasons, whatever, right? That's most of what you see. A lot of it's just plain soap opera bullshit, but because they'll let it look like one set has control of one or the other of us, and then the other will be like, "Oh, we're mad about that." But this time they really got to swap it up because I think they knew. I don't know. It depends on who's playing parts of the game, but yeah, once again they're going with the here are the nice creators. We're gonna treat C and D right, and let them talk when actually it's all still the same group. Then the other half of the group's like, oh, they won't talk to us. Well, guess what? Both sides are making money on that. Doesn't matter. But they're still yet all the same damn group. Just different soap opera folks. So yeah. I did hear semi officials though say that weird shit yesterday. Where it concerns floppy. Oh yeah. And also another weird part of this is the Trevor Lee thing keeps being brought up. A couple of the channels associated with the blackmail thing that went on TM that finally decided to talk shit about me, whatever. They start building up Trevor. Thing about Trevor is, um, I've watched throughout Summer's case. Zoe's popped up and down, talked shit, done whatever, etc. Been mostly a stalker of all of us, weirdly enough. Did at one point get himself ensconced in or invited to one search a long time after Summer vanished. People say that was a regret they have that they even invited him anywhere near that particular search. Now they're trying to build him up on he really did help search, but I don't give a shit. Recently, though, most recently, he was stalking Candace to car washes or making up shit or putting out posts saying Candace was throwing teddy bears away. You don't know why? Because that looks terrible. Like, it might have been Summers or it might have been this or whatever that. And then here he is in that little giggle the other day with the phone call he's recording at Dawn or whatever, whenever the fuck that happened. And they're trying to eat Miranda and tear Dawn down with it. And then Trevor is also being mentioned by Justin, and then they're pushing another fundraising thing to happen to to an organization they started around a murdered high school student here and her mother from domestic violence. But there's no oversight really of that foundation anymore, so nobody could really tell where that money went either if it went there, which I find a little weird right now. That suddenly they're building up Trevor, and then they're pushing people to donate money again to somewhere that has no oversight. For what? I don't know. It's weird to me. And then, and while we're on that, looks like Justin also uh put out um Jared Lysick's victims info like an asshole. Because he loves doing that, just like he did with certain when he got hold of certain obituaries by certain people that were real unhelpful and giving those to this group after being asked not to. Um, he has no problem doing that. So Justin has put out even their social security number. And he's like, oh well, prosecutor fucked up, and it's fine. I'll just put it out there anyway. What kind of place supposedly helping victims or caring? And remember, Justin's part of the whole Gabby Petito thing, right? Crackers. It was domestic violence. They really care. Meanwhile, right? No, they don't. Because they've targeted and tormented the shit out of one right here in front of you with their abuser. But anyway, they didn't care about And weirdly enough, foundation that the fundraising's happening this time too is the Gabby Foundation thing. It's not got to do with Tito. It's got to do with the nickname of the high school girl here who was murdered with her mom with domestic violence too, sadly. But you don't you don't do that. You don't put out victim and survivor and fighters info like that. And if they were helpful to this case, they'd be like, "Holy shit, let us redact that ourselves." It's already out there, then, and you can guarantee and bet he knew it. Now the question is, where this group had such close contact with Jared and AWP, right? Is he doing that to intimidate that survivor of Jared Lysix on purpose? Because you remember how that same group made sure to fuck up the court hearing? How Doug and all them made sure to fuck up on that live stream for the court on purpose and to all that? Well, now it's getting close again to all that. So is it a way to intimidate Jared's victims? Or to taint, or to, people will then go back to that victim's and survivor's family and all that, right? And cause chaos. And you'll have YouTubers going to them and their family members and friends and anybody else in their lives, and it will cause such torment and chaos. And exactly what they're doing to us, right? Exactly what they're doing to us in every other case, all the way up to Idaho 4 and now beyond, like Athena's and Brownfield and all that. I mean, so think about that. This same group who fucked up what I suspect, and even from that day, they fucked up that stream in court on purpose for Jared, possibly. In court. Are they now? They just, somebody screwed up somewhere, didn't redact that info before this place got it, but any responsible human being knows you don't put out victim or survivor's info like that. So, are they intimidating that survivor who's getting ready to testify and go through all this court stuff? Because I'll tell you that right there is going to cause so much chaos and torment and terror in their lives and potential contamination and blackmail efforts and crazies showing up and danger. So, in that way, is this same exact group link these tragedy pimps? Are they helping Jared? It's a question all of you should probably ask, honestly. Yeah, and Jared does have millions. Because he didn't pay any of those dudes that did all their hard work. So he didn't pay for the equipment. Sometimes he'd buy equipment here and there, but that really stayed with him. But he has millions. He operates on that goodwill type of pyramid thing, right? People, kind of donate all the shit, and then you don't pay the workers. You get those free from like probation, and you just mark whatever the hell you want to, whatever you want to. It's like also the FedEx model of business. Anyway, it's a thing. So, in that way, Jared had millions, but also, Jared's background shows what was it? That he has something for messing with the stock market. He was dumping or doing whatever. I don't know. So he has financial crimes in the background. So often when I tell y'all it's been a little concerning, even then before all that came out with Jared, it's concerning this group has ties in with people who actually do have equipment that law enforcement does call in for help sometimes, especially if they're smaller departments. Those people could easily plant or suddenly find shit. For this group, they could all collect on rewards or something they've helped raise on here online. They can all them having access to these people, families, crime scenes, properties, all pick up, move around stuff, do anything they'd like. Uh, they really have the ability in a way to control every aspect of a crime scene, plus court proceedings and tamper with, fuck up witnesses, court cases, you name it. Uh, it's very concerning at the level. And then, of course, this stuff finally comes out about Jared, and then at least stops that. But, you know, I don't know. It's just too much of a risk there to take, and it's why very much and others hope, including, as you can see, other families around other crimes and community members, and like Candace Cooley with Dylan, um, and others in communities like Fry Guys, neighbors, babysitters, etc., are sick of this shit, and there are many. Um, and I mean, hell, you've seen it from Watts, man. Like Shannon's dad and all that. Like they're like hell no, and they tried to get things done early on, and it would have stopped this had legislation or something tangibly been done. You've seen everything around Gabby Petito. There was actually laws attempted to be made because of this exact crew of tragedy pimps, including MGL, Bullhorn, White Boy, etc., who were very much about America and rights, but then they screwed with people so badly that legislation was being made. Unfortunately, we have a governor like DeSantis in control, and he took it and, well, screwed real Americans out of the real rights given to them, So, did not, it was meant to be targeted, to where it stopped tragedy pimps from doing this to cases, but instead DeSantis took it and made it to where you can't bother the reps or people like him for taking away your right to protest or anything. So it didn't do damn one get a bit of good like it's supposed to. But it's thanks to this group that all Floridians can no longer have a method of redress or protest or speak out against reps or whatever, free speech and all, bro. Uh, but it's yeah, it's what you get, right? So you can thank this group in Florida for taking away your constitutional rights and all. Uh, while they scream about America and free speech, like while they're at Clinton screaming about free speech at every cop they decide to harass, right? They've changed the laws to take that. That's how wide of an effect this place and these tragedy pimps have had. The entire damn state of Florida, y'all, had their entire constitutional rights changed because of these fuckers, these low sub, low count, nobody ass criminals behind these damn YouTube. So that's what you get, man. So even in their nobody status still in here, they can do a wide amount of damage. And yeah, fishing nutters still on my whole ass nerve. I can't even believe it. Somebody has not locked that up permanently. It should be. I don't even know how to walk around free. I really do not. Mind blowing every day that jail dipshit is allowed to roam freely amongst the American public or anywhere on earth. Something real wrong with that guy. And the things that's gotten up to are they're more than fucking concerning, okay? He is the original other than Nancy Grace, that dude brought you Sandy Hook, man, and Alex Jones. The, even tampered with the Bernie Madoff thing. He's brought the entire world fishing. Originally, was for some reason online mucking about with a bunch of minors. If I make that make sense, he's trolled and terrorized one of our government representatives that had been almost murdered by a Pizzagate type of nutter to the point to where he was put on probation for it. You know, the dude is no good. And then here he is somehow around Summer's case. It's wild. And I swear that guy never blinks. Never. And I think that moment for me when in the Idaho 4 where he was somehow associating one of the victims and Texas Roadhouse and a knife and juicy steaks was one of the sickest and most telling moments about his I don't know. It was gross. It was weird and the never blinking for me. I just I want that dude to have to wear a bracelet everywhere he goes for like the rest of his days. Something. I also don't think he should be allowed electronic devices, quite frankly, or any social media platform. He's dangerous. But here he is. Here he is. Went from up in the parents' faces at Sandy Hook, tormenting and terrorizing them in person before their children's remains or even been confirmed to them. They were still standing outside the school waiting and things. Pretending to be the shooter's uncle, tormenting and terrorizing them. Arrested for violating probation on that one, but Alex Jones takes off with jail's idea, and the rest is history. But here's jail now suddenly caring about crimes and victims and children after tormenting parents of one of the worst things to ever happen in this country. I just no, no, bro. Nope. Also, a known forger. Does yeah? I can't with it. And that he's here around the summer in any capacity, or it's still every day. It's like slow blink. Are you kidding me? But look how many people he has watching, dude. It's and believing what he's saying. It's mind blowing. Mind blowing. You know. But so is the others, like Lips. They're nobodies. So's he, but also he's dangerous. I'm sure he's on a lot of government lists, obviously. But the thing is, like Lips, they're truly nobodies, dude. But look what amount of damage a freaking nobody working with other nobodies that are all monsters and criminals can do while hiding and thinking they have a buffer online to these cases, to real people's real lives, to innocent children. These people are harming real children while you all watch in real time, and some cheer it on. And it's heartbreaking to those who know the yeah, I mean, like, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. And it's worrisome beyond. I'll get out. It's getting extremely so. Yep. All I can tell you is I think there's, for me right now, and there has been for months since I watched the piece, and because I've interacted with these real people you all see on the news, I've interacted with them not once or twice, but throughout decades and years in person. I've seen their real ways of speaking, their body mannerisms and everything else. I've watched, you know, um, and I don't think lawyers ever meant lawyers, but that's something that's sticking with me over the past few months, but most assuredly in the past few days, last 36 hours especially. Something is whole ass rotten in Denmark. And think about it, that dude don't have a real job, and even when he still had low sub counts, all this and the other, because when he first got around Summer's case, he didn't have anybody really calling on. Even after the Petito thing and all that. Where's the money coming from? None of them hold a real job, like they scream at their chat and subs. These people in these cases need to get jobs this there, even though they make sure people are not hireable. They make sure that they get people fired. They do this and the other. Who are they? Who are these creators not to then hold themselves as. But they're on YouTube and think they're entitled to make all this shit off of damage, torment, harassment, slander, libel, all this shit, right? But either way, they don't hold real jobs. Not a damn one of them, right? So you tell me how JL was coming down here even and affording $200 to $500 interviews. MGL, obviously, her husband's wallet could explain some of it. But I don't know. Whatever the hell it is she does over there, super chat, all the things, right? And since what sport can explain some, but how do people like JL afford that much money to go to all these interviews? And I put that in quotations and use that term loosely. Um, how do they afford the car rentals, the hotels, all this across the country constantly, especially with the low sub count and stuff he had at first. Right? He wasn't taking up enough even in super chats and stuff to be able to explain any of that. So somebody funnels money to them to allow them to do that. It still does the whole group, like I said, but somebody does the things around. That's all I'm saying. In each case, in each case. Yeah, that ain't paying for it either, though. That ain't paying for it either. It's just group and money funneling in. It's crypto bullshit. It's fundraiser bullshit. Billboard bullshit. It's cleaning money. It's money laundering going on somewhere. There's the back end of things. There's direct and false and semi like all these bullshits around fundraisers. It's too much. There's things. There's real criminal shit in the background. There's so many of them having weed and CBD businesses, some of them in their countries, it crossing some. Look, there's all kinds of things happening here. A lot of things being directed back at certain states. Uh, there's real cornbread happening at certain degrees that really leads back here locally too, and connects this group. It's very strange. It's a very crisscross country effort. I don't know, but there's all kinds of criminal activity in the background, and where you have things like money laundering and stuff, you're going to have that rubbing elbows in the background with real child trafficking and real trafficking of super bad dope, not just here across the U.S., but internationally. So, yeah. And if anybody's paid attention, there's certain players in this throughout the first days till now that are in the background. Some change clothes off and on, but they were the biggest. You can watch them give the biggest amounts and stuff to these creators and pushes and you know the clothing changes, or you can go back and put it together. You can see that it's coming from some certain ways, and they are very much pushing large amounts through creators, cash apps. They're cleaning it in that way. Absolutely. And I don't know. There's just so much shit here, man. But yeah, still yet today, my main concern is my lips is having contact with. Again, and why it seems to be a continual effort to target um, the littlest and most vulnerable amongst us who are um, the quote cleanest witnesses who can ride um, stands to testify. And yeah, it's what it appears to be because they can't find other ways to them. Some of us they can't reach either, like me with paid quote interviews or anything like that. So, but uh, yeah. And notice BK the other what on Daisy's panel on one of them, he said, "Oh, you know, Judge upheld her little as a sovereign witness." That gives you a clue. He says she's upheld her like some untouchable sovereign witness. It's important that she stays separate and never online, and them not giving access to her. Only real federal agents, judges, courts, police, you know, and it looks like BK is taking some sort of exception to that, so it seems to be something on their mind now. And that he mentions it in those terms now after targeting her for so long with C on purpose, and then throughout all the months, they very much tried to pull blackmail and all that. Thought it was as simple as that with targeting my kids to get to me to make me shut up, but it looks like they're also trying to discredit and taint jury pools where it concerns my eldest with most nonsensical shit ever. Doesn't make sense if you think about what they're accusing him in the dates and all anyway of, but um, it's always been a nothing thing. But all it took was a pebble in the pond around here for idiots to buy it, believe it, twist it, do the whisper game with. And they knew that, but still yet being unable. And they had Monster go for eldest on purpose. We know this. Um, not that he wouldn't anyway. Uh, but he did for cash. So there's that. And it's like BK getting pissed off the eldest wouldn't appear at the YouTube paid for by wedding. It was to target me. Monster wanted to do that, admitted to it. He did the wedding to poke at me and to get at me. That's a hell of a reason to get married if you ask me. Nobody believes me. We have this on recording. So anyway, and then BK made sure to put in his headline after that. Oh, with children present. Yeah, not mine, bro. Because they thought it was pretty sick and they were pretty pissed at Monster. But, eldest wasn't going to be used in that manner. But yeah, anyway, the thing is, they can't find another way to them. So, Lips has had one taken on purpose. She's now circling 110, having contact with people who with BK have already seemingly targeted my children with false bullshit and hoaxes and everything else. Uh, I also have a Mullins bender in there along the way. Um, and I feel like for months now it could have been directed at. Obviously, I think all of us have been targeted in many ways by many people for a lot of cash exchange and shit back. Like maybe probably all this is not just blackmail effort to silence dissent. It's to get as close as they can to these children in ways that shut them down because they know out of anybody, they're the ones they've not been able to get their little claws into or whatever and tamper with. Right? I mean, they did Hunter, but which is horrifying, honestly. Um, Especially with how important he is to the events of June 15th. But they've continued to hunt him and torment him. Okay, I think I might be back. We'll see. Okay, but anyway, I really think that there's a potential at this point for it to be far more than I thought, and it's them actually targeting all these children for more nefarious reasons than just to silence, which is bad enough that they have anyway, right? To silence, to try to blackmail all of us, and etc. There's a potential here that they're doing it on purpose to eliminate the witnesses around summer that are the most possibly important around summer and June 15th. More so than even the adults. And I want to know if somebody's directing it on purpose, other than just tragedy pimps. I want to know if there's somebody on the ground here doing it and paying for it. And if so, I want to know why. I want to know why. Because the only reason you'd have to do that is if you're guilty of something, or you want everything tampered with or muddied. I want to know why. That's what's occurring. I want to know why. Because when all the pieces at this point, at this at this point, 19 months in, with the longevity of this cycle, how pointed it's been at certain children, especially mine, uh, and then BK slipping the other day and making it about my little being a witness. Finally, not that, oh, she's my little, I'm doing this, whatever, the narrative that they've tried to spin so long with Monster and that whole thing. False calls, false SWAT, and blah, blah, blah. Oh my god, her Christmas or birthday list, oh my god, all these things. Um, Somehow, even unbelievably, the other day they had her supposedly driving a red truck to the store to get me cigarettes on June 15th. Man, she was like, 11 or 12 or some shit. Are you kidding me? The truck wasn't even there. It's just the dumbest shit. Just anything they can throw out there is an idea. But anyway, but now BK slips and he goes, "Here's Jody Sue holding her up as some sort of sovereign witness and blah blah blah." And that tells me what his real concern is. Finally. Right? And then here's Lips around 110 having contact, allegedly, supposedly, and all these things. And then BK, weirdly enough, all these months saying he doesn't want PIs or I don't know anything, this and everything. The other day he says he's talking to him. Just after last week when he put the piece up having a fucking meltdown because he's seen by a flash in my inbox that I had contact with him. It's weird, isn't it? I want to know who's targeting these children and why. And yeah, they use crazies like Lips to do that. I mean, just like the killer looks and the green eyes thing. All these goofballs, I don't know. Man. Rita, I'm an atheist, but I'm gonna agree with you. If ever there was one, and I don't know though, he's such a weak little pissant, Rita. Like he is such a failure, even at this monster shit. You know what I mean? Like look, my monster, hands down. You can see how the cornbread face comes over. He just seems like a guy, right? He's far better than Floppy will ever be as a true monster. But they have very similar threads. But um, our monster, Abuser's face, is far better than Floppy's. Floppy can't hide it. He really can't hide it very well, and he comes across as very disingenuous. Whereas at least our monster can come across as like, oh, look at me, I'm just a dumb country boy, I like getting high. I'm just this chill dude. No, he ain't. No, he ain't. He's one of the worst goddamn monsters I've ever met, and that says something. Considering I was born from one I thought was goddamn worst monster on the planet. No, I was wrong, bro. Maybe. I don't know. They're all pieces of shit. But, BK comes off very clearly as a monster. He can't hide it. Like, I could smell that 3 buildings away from me. I mean, I can look at its face and be like, ugh. I only ever had to hear its voice once or twice behind the scenes as I lived on Ben Hill in the ears of C and D or on vid chats as I was talking to Candace, but Dawn was back there talking to Sharon and Floppy and all these things, to know what it was. Never had to interact with it. He nor Cher. It was very apparent. So in that way, they can't hide. They're just disgustingly them, and it oozes out of every pore and their voices and their words, whether typed or vocalized. Their faces aren't that good here, honestly, if you know what you're looking for. It's blaringly obvious what most of them are. Whereas with our monster, he comes off to most people as, oh, hey, I'm such a good guy. Cornbread and taters and country boy. Yeah. Yeah, woohoo. Hearing on YouTube how their children are victimized by those that claim to want to find other children should raise red flags in their chat, but no, their chat drinks Kool-Aid and they're like crickets. Yeah, I mean, they stand there and watch TM and the rest of them for years. Years, y'all. Target other children, other creators, perplexed, John Crimes, which John Crimes, the reason she started targeting his daughter, with the same they're gonna unalive themselves bullshit, right? Because that's real popular around here to do, is to make the public think that another creator or someone around a crime's children are gonna unalive themselves. These teenage girls especially, and it's pretty gross. But it's not the first time you've heard that storyline. TM has pulled it several times, and they pulled it again with mine. And they did the same thing with John Crime's child just a couple months before, and it's because he was digging into 423 Chase and the real story around the scamathon, and TM wanted to shut him down. So what she do? She targets his child, his teenage child, with the same shit. And it's not the first time they put up, and then these people watch it over and over again. She's also notorious for this in the drama community for years. BK's done it. All these creators, they attack each other's children with DCS and officials and these threats and all that. They do it in real life to their people are mad at. They use services all they want. Here they have thousands backing them up that if they can make them believe these children or whatever, then they go torment, terrorize, call services falsely, fill it up. And then they scream about how services are underpaid, overworked, people are using them as weapons. They didn't right. Yeah, well, look at all these cases around this country where just these creators are overwhelming services in each state, making false calls and shit. That's real helpful to real children in real need that they can't get to because they're all full up with YouTube bullshit and thousands of fucking calls to target and be weapons for creators against other people or to blackmail real people around real crimes. Ain't it? Real helpful, y'all. They don't give a shit about kids around here. Not one. I don't know. It's just where my mind's at today. So, working through pieces, working through receipts, doing what I gotta do back here, but honestly, wasn't planning on being here for long, but never really am, usually. But y'all know how that goes, obviously. Yeah, I gotta tell you that one of Nicolina's got over there of lips screaming at her own children, calling it one a name, and him crying, telling him to shut the door. Man, it was heartbreaking. And that's the thing, they have itty bitty ones, man. And they talking about me being online or whatever, right? Man, mine's a teen. And we're newly unboxed this, so she's learning, Um, and she's trying to be worried about me like she was in person in the other box with Monster. So she's able to finally put headphones in and do what normal teens do and do her own thing and whatever. But on top of that, y'all have seen this entire time. My kids need something. Like I'll just hold mute and cam out. I don't give a shit if there's 100 or 1,000 people watching. I'm just like, okay, peace, yeah, and I'll wander off and do whatever for however long, and then I'll come back or I won't, you know. And if my kids need me, I've always done that. With their teens, they're not little ones. These people have little ones running around and teens, and they spend 12 hours a day breaking down an hour, 2, 3, 4 hour live I've done. Meanwhile, they're doing is bullying, teaching their children how to be bullies. They're saying, think about it, like our children are witness to these real events in life. They're the abuse, all the things, right? These monsters, June 15th, all these things, okay? So nobody is telling our children any of these things they've not lived. You get what I'm saying? If they do hear us speak, they've lived it, right? These creators' children running around, hearing their parents plot and scheme and try to get back at or obsess over people like us, who are real people around real cases. They're active and ongoing. To plot crimes against them or how to harass or bully them. Or standing there listening to them on live streams day after day after day after day. And the calls they all make to each other in the background as they plot and scheme and line up timelines and figure out who's going live with each other and all that. Their children do not have to hear any of that. They don't have to hear the salacious details around murders and essays and harm to children and women and victims. They are not witness to any of those events, but yet their children are having to hear them day in and day out and day in and day out, especially the little ones whose minds are very susceptible to things like that right now. But then they want to tell you that somehow if our children hear us speak about real events these real children have really lived through, oh, then gosh, it's a bad thing. No, it's not. Their children have a choice. They have a choice on what they do in front of others, right? Their children do not have to live those events. They don't have to watch their parents doing any of what they're doing. Uh, and I cannot imagine they have little ones up to mid-size in their households running around all day long listening to them plot, plan, hold vendettas against, be unhealthily obsessed with whichever one of us their minds have told them to latch on to or they're being paid to and to target, and sitting there and listening to their parents playing that and that showing them that type of moral compass. Um, and that's, I guess, and normalizing something like that for them at those essential character building years of their lives, from itty bitty ones to especially teenage ones who know social media is, it's all important. And then to learn, for them to learn from their adult parents how to bully, torment, target, and even like do it in vague ways and shit like their parents do online to try to get by in criminal manners and not be charged for. It's hella concerning. Consider how much society, but especially teens, live on social media these days, and the amount of unaliving events you have from people being bullied in high schools and things and schools by other peers and such, because everything around that group, especially the newest generation, everything online is everything, right? And they know the ramifications of online. It lives forever. And to them, I mean, you remember being teenagers? Everything, even without social media, it felt like the end of the world. They are very much an emotionally, volatile spot in their, growth anyway. And at that point, everything's raging, and everything that happens, every breakup, every, you know, slight, everything happens at school, everything. It feels like the end of everything for them. Now, you put on top of that social media bullying and how much social media interaction is the only way in which most of them interact with any human beings on Earth now. Um, because there's no more mall drop-offs, there's no more latchkey kids, there's no more hangouts, and even if they do, you watch them in a circle, they'll be on devices literally texting memes to one another without looking each other in the face. Have y'all noticed how very little this newest generation can look people in the face or interact without it being awkward? Look, everything to them is the end all be all, and you have a bunch of these creators teaching their children. But I guarantee you half of them are wearing the khakis at the latest PTA meeting, talking about anti-bullying campaigns and how they care. I guarantee most of them are standing in the parking lots of the high schools of, you know, the latest to unalive themselves with a candle pretending they care. Yet while at home, they're teaching their children this shit to the worst degree. Their children should not have to be hearing about these details around these crimes and cases, let alone watching their parents for hours, days, weeks, and months, 19 months to be exact here. Think about how many of their children have run around in the floor, at their knees, and otherwise, watching them plot, listening to them day in and day out, even when they're not online, uh, to absolutely destroy everyone around Summer. And, think about it. That's a hell of a job, but yet they come out here and they say all day after day that everybody else around Summer is a shitty parent, shitty this, shitty that, you know? Yeah, okay, whatever. I'll tell you what, my kid ain't ever done anything, ever acted like that in her life. They don't bully people. They help people. They love other humans. They try to lift up. They don't kick down at. I can tell you for certainty, like the way PG and BK were on that panel, right, with Daisy. I've never once, even in my whole life, not as a child, not as a teen, not as an adult, ever interacted with another human being and fought with somebody like that. But these people are older than I am. Hell, one's old enough to be my damn grandma. You know? Oh, my gosh, she loves it. She does love that puncher. Yes. She was like, "What's this?" And yes, she very much does love that poncho. You selected well. And that, the little natural paper leather journal, and the, I think you also, the red shirt with skeleton. Big fan. But she likes all the things from her body. And I think it very much does mean things to her because I've always been on, all holidays, all birthdays, all Christmases, everything for all of them. But I think, especially being free of monster, but knowing other people care about other humans, since they care about other humans and all this, and they've heard all this terrible shit about themselves online, and you can't stop that unless you take devices entirely away from them. And you can't do that because of they have to have, it doesn't matter what blockers put on because algorithms, names associated with, all this bullshit comes to them, some form or the other. But also you gotta think this stuff affects their real life, real police, real feds, real things coming in, their faces because of the shit here online. You know, and the fear of monster playing with these YouTubers, and, I don't know. But to know that people out there actually care about her, in that way, I think is always kind of amazed her. So, you know. But it's she knows that half the world on here is like, oh, okay. They're like, oh, little needs to be saved, but she knows a mom who's always made sure that she has, and all the birthdays and all the holidays and all the special moments and the in between and just because moments Mama has always done. And then to see others just doing their own just because things right for her. I think that's been an experience for her in a good way, and I think it helps in a way show her that there are good people out there that aren't just about targeting and tormenting her and her brother. You know, that some people do hear and see and care about what's going the hell on. You know, and like I said right now, she asked it's her little way of fighting back against Floppy and Anna and Dave and all them and TM and everybody pulling that cycle around Christmas. And she was like, fuck it. Especially as Floppy was being so gross. About the knees and the patches and all that. And then he, like, couple seconds later adds my name to try to be like, oh wait, I went too far. I better put Jody Sue's name in there to pretend like that was actually about her when we all know it wasn't. It wasn't. He was saying that gross shit about my teen daughter. And he tried to cover his ass last minute Jody Sue thing. Yeah, I ain't flying, bro. So anyway, she was like, screw all these people, can I keep it up at least till my birthday? And then she was like, better yet, every time he mentions this shit, or my name, or they do something else on my list, or try to have it taken down, she's like, I'm just gonna add to it. I was like, well, you do it. You just do whatever you want to do with it. So that's her one way she can fight back. Then I'll let her, because she's very much sometimes asked to speak on her. She's like, if I just talk to him, if I just tell the girl, one day her voice will be heard. But the few times this place has heard it, oh dear. But anyway, her voice and her speaking, I'm not gonna put her on to be eating alone. A few times this place has caught snippets of her, speaking. One night she was upset. She had touched something I told her not to touch. And she called Monster out for his abuse and a type that he did against her, and the whole internet went crazy with it and tried to make it something it wasn't. And so I don't want to take her voice away from her, but she is a child and I am her parent, and I know what this place will do. If she ever speaks, they'll just turn it and target her, and they'll swear it was this or that, or flip script on her too, and that would destroy her, and I'm not going to have that. And unlike others, I'm not going to use my children as content. Um, and their voices do matter in Summer's case, so I don't want them, quote, contaminated by this place either in any way, to where they can't take the stand if necessary or warranted or needed. One day, though, she will get to make the choice for herself, and she can speak online or otherwise. But as it stands right now, I am her mother, and my goal here is to protect her in the first place, along with my other child, and I will continue to do so for the betterment of them and for Summer in her case. I will eat the world to keep them safe from Monster Supply, YouTube monsters, and it seems like most days I'm the only one standing to protect them. And I will continue to give everything I am and every last drop of blood if that's what it takes of mine to protect them. While they heal, learn to live outside of a box, and as we move forward in our lives and through Jurassic Park over here, right? So it's just how it is. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna put some coffee on. Oh, goodbye, Rita. I hope you have a good day, and I hope you get to hug your grand. Although, I hate that you have to say goodbye. You know, goodbyes are never fun. But I do hope you enjoy your day, and do be careful. I don't know what state you're in, but I heard there was a bunch of storms moving across. I hear we're all supposed to get snow or something next few days. Look, I'm so done. I just want some like. I just need a beach. Is what I need, man. It's what I need. A damn beach. Now, I'll move soon and then beach at some point. But honestly, just moving soon would be the fucking biggest reprieve ever. Maybe just, man, I think leaving that alone. I don't. I'm just finally free in some way. Finally free ish, right? Now, I will tell you once we do move, I probably will not be on cam in ways that um, gives our location or anything at all. But I'd promise little that if, you know, Summer's case is not solved and her not brought home by the time we can move, that there's going to be an extreme method of protecting our newest location, and that will include putting everything in everybody's name, my own and her own and stuff, so we can't really be doxxed and followed, and we're trying to do it in ways that we're kept behind uh, least security gates and stuff, hopefully. And no dear. But yeah. So that's the plan. So I guess at a certain point I will definitely, you know, probably no longer come out from behind an icon at all. I guess, right? So I've probably been waiting on the day for just a little place to call our own, and obviously I provided that, but couldn't get it moved where it needed to go because of stalking and all that. It's still just chilling out here. But see, mm, I don't know. Can't do shit until certain things are doing certain things and such right now. Um, and I think us just entirely away from here is for the best. Also, there are services that are more prevalent in other places that uh, I'd like to be able to access for both of our benefits. That can't really be accessed or found comfortably here. So, and I think, um, in order to, live lives for a while until this around here chills, it's best to go out of area. And she very much wants to, so that's the plan. as soon as I can manage it. So, and look, I'll tell you what, we're on this. Speaking of, I don't know why. I don't know how the things correlate, but my head goes, wait a minute. While we're on this, and safety and people following, once again, I want to reiterate the person in the background are people trying to sell off what they're proclaiming are my body parts visiting one of Monster's relatives and being a little frisky, whatnot, in a whole ass other county. That's not me. Whoever's butt cheeks you getting ready to buy in air are not mine. But I guess somebody followed somebody they thought was somebody and trying to sell it up like mine. I assume because Monster possibly gave him other cousins' names around the area. And so they've been probably stalking them and uh, somebody looks similar, but I can assure you those ain't my cheeks, alright? So I assume somebody's gonna be hella mad and suing somebody. If somebody had look, that's all I'm saying. It ain't mine. It ain't me. And even after I made this clear the other day, y'all, they're still in the background trying to sell off whatever they were peekabooing through somebody's, I guess, window or whatever to get. I don't know, but it ain't me, man. So whatever. I don't want somebody else's cheeks aired either. You know, that's very horrible. Um, especially when you know what I mean. No female would want that, and I can tell you this one is not me. Y'all just keep destroying folks in the real world, bro. Ain't even the right damn people. Same shit, different day, yo. So, I don't know. Yeah, in the real world, they really, apparently, allegedly, now, because it's just messages we're seeing in the back of Discord, etc. But, people are offering out somewhere an alleged video of me at Monster's cousin's place in another whole county, and they're trying to say it's me and blah blah blah. And they're trying to sell it off, and it could just be a rumor. You know what I mean? Somebody saying they have it, not trying to take advantage of tragedy pimps or whoever. I don't know. Thing is, it ain't me, man. So if that really does exist and it's really trying to be sold, I can promise you it ain't my cheeks. It ain't mine, man. So somebody, I guess, potentially was actually following somebody, or I don't. But it wasn't me. And I'm not looked into it enough to see if it's real. But I guess we'll see next few weeks. Like, see if a creator gets taken for money by some idiot that's like, haha, watch this, and we'll sell them a non-existent thing, or see if it's some crazy lunatic that's really followed one of Monster's family members and whatever girl is around them and then actually been peeping and filming and sells it off. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Man, I've been so sick I can barely fucking move, dude. Like, I ain't getting up no shenanigans. You know what I mean? I guess it's the last thought of my mind. I'm still not even in a dating mood. Like, seriously, it's the last thing on my mind. Not even. I ain't got no time for them spinning out bags and all that shit and red flags and risk me. I ain't got time for that. Like there's been moments lately where I've thought about getting married on purpose for paperwork purposes. That's about it, and that would be paper only, and like stay the whole hell away from me. You know what I mean? But I can do that any day of the week, any day of the week with certain individuals, and have been able to do that for years if wanted to be. The point is that I guess that comes up to me and all that, and it turns out I can do that in less than 24 hours. So if I choose to do that, either way, that's up to me. But I'm not traveling around like 93 counties wide. Like, I ain't putting that much effort into shit these days. I'm also not even, it's just not even on my mind, man. And I know how vulnerable I still am to stuff. And rushing into anything for survivors and things of DV is bad. And the risk to children around, especially single women, single mothers, it raises anyway when you date that, which, you know, I'll never have someone else around my children anyway. Um, and I know that to be true of me. But I just don't want a relationship either, man. But also of running into another abuser, any DV survivor knows the risks raise exponentially. I'm just not. I'm not gonna take the risk, man. So uh, 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 they're telling chatters to search for classmates off your school pics. Well, good luck, because the same one's been used since sixth grade all the way through high school, um, and I graduated, but it's not by the high school they think. It's by another, and it was earlier because I was pregnant with my eldest. So good luck on that. Fuck. Good luck to them. It's weird, ain't it? They never really could get real people that really knew me, etc. Come out be talking shit under this, right? And they made up, or they had people that are supposedly they're kin to me, but they don't know me either, and get caught up in that shit too. Like, yeah, I only see them at holidays. Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, I've never been to her house, but yeah, that's right. So it was goofy. That's about the closest they come. And that was a whole monster setup too, because Monster was in the same place at the same time. Things were occurring, including manipulation, mindfuckery. It's fine. Anyway, but otherwise, it's been fake panel writers or people 10 steps removed from me from 30 years. They don't know me. And then they've made up the whole thing about, well, the reason we can't really find anybody to talk shit about her is because, well, she's scary. She's super scary. None of that's true. I mean, I can be. Fuck with me, but I also don't think I'm the biggest badass coming and going either. But that's not true either. People aren't fucking terrified of me unless they've done me wrong, and in which case they do run. Um, and by done me wrong, I mean fucked with my family, friends, loved ones, people I'm protecting, that type of shit. And that's the only time you'll see me touch those bounds with anybody else or act like fucking to and do what we taught to do, which is take it outside. And I ain't gonna argue about it. I'm gonna swing about it. I ain't gonna be no hair pulling involved. Um, but it takes something really bad to get me to that point, and people usually know when it doesn't. The community, nobody's terrified of me, y'all. We were all raised the same way around here. You got a problem, swing about it, do whatever about it. If you can't handle the checks your ass is trying to, then don't ride them type of thing, But man, I'm an adult. I very much chilled my tits since way back. You know, I ain't gonna be out here acting no fool. Not some pretend gangster or otherwise. I ain't, you know what I mean? I will protect me and mine, though, like any normal human being would. Everybody out here going on with the stand your ground shit. Well, you know, I can do that, but I don't need weapons. You know, like with me and mine, I'm gonna be an adult. You know what I mean? If you get too close, or you're a danger to us, yeah, duh. Nobody should have a problem. But I'm an adult. I'm grown. I ain't about this hair pulling, yelling on panels, drop a link, and that includes real life. I don't do that in real life. I ain't gonna do it online. This is very much why you see me like this entire time. How many panels, especially early on, you'd see like 9 of them be on the panel. I'd be up there and they'd start arguing or doing whatever, and I'm like, nope, I'm out. I'm not gonna play in that. It's not my thing. I don't listen to it either. I've spent a lifetime being screamed and yelled at and tormented by monster every day. I don't want to hear people yelling. And honestly, I mean, like, seriously, they think that my child's present the whole time I'm anywhere, whatever, right? I don't want my child to hear me acting a fool or like a dumbass. That's a thing. My whole life, I've never acted like that. Even as a kid, as a tween, as a teenage girl, I've never been like, and calling names. I was never built like that. Like, I was taught to snatch a motherfucker up if I had a problem. That was it. Or walk the hell away, do whatever. But I don't, I don't do that. And I don't want to set that example for my child. And they've lived through enough monsters screaming at all of us. I'm not a yeller and screamer by any means. I don't argue and do that. I hate that shit, man. And I'm not gonna come out here and my child like hear me yell and scream with some random assholes online 6 panels deep, and that's a gross example. Just said, and I won't do it. They can do that all they want, but it ain't gonna. You know what I mean? I'm not the type, and that would be very triggering for my children and myself. I'm not gonna participate in that. That's not who I am as a person in life or here, and I am not gonna. I'm just not like ew. You know what I mean? But these people are doing it in their households, their kids present. I ain't gonna do it. I'm also not gonna trigger my children by interacting with others online in that way. And if my children hear that, that could be very triggering for them. So I'll pass. And both my children, they don't even like hearing disagreements, right? Because of what Monster's done. Um, they don't even like hearing that. And I'm talking like, if they feel like something's happening or they can feel stress or things between people, it's very triggering for them. So I don't, I try to keep anything like that away from them. So, yeah. But these creators, they wouldn't know anything about all that, would they? Oh, sorry guys, I was trying to find charging cord. But you know, no one. I don't know. Like I said, my main concern right now is why these children. It looks like aren't just being. I don't know. All these things is. Oh, just all these months watching all these children being targeted and used and as forms of blackmail and all these things, you know. And then knowing now we're coming to a point where I mean I knew last year some of the targeting and that yeah even in the fall 2021 that my children be targeted in ways with hoaxes and bullshit where Floppy and others were working with others was concerning enough. But now here we are this far out and watching people like Lips and others move about and be nearest things and in a seeming manner that all this targeting may be far more than just blackmail and silencing attempts in this right? But to attempt to harm and take away the witnesses who may mean the most around Summer in her case and who can testify. And all the little moving pieces around them are becoming hella concerning for me. So I'm going to continue, I guess, to dig into that. Which honestly, the pieces back here are insinuating just that, you know, but it's more than it seems. It always kind of is. Um, and right now, as I've been digging into that anyway, other things have been coming to light. Um, Another game is a long-term game has been uh, starting to show its head and signs of trying to come about. Another targeting cycle, another way to try to discredit and do all this bullshit and just old rinse and repeat bullshit, right? But the fact that it also looks like they're trying to have me falsely target um other tragedy pimps for them, etc., which I've never been much on falling for anyway. I feel it's nothing but a distraction technique right now anyway. To try to have me chasing down bullshit as opposed and stressed out as opposed to um real life fires and pieces and all that. And things I need to be concentrated on, like they do every time right before certain events, right? Awful coincidental that. Um, you know. And then as y'all could see that piece popping up. And like I said, I've got the proof that that was not there. And then yesterday at 2 something, they let that through and a not flattering piece about TM, but that it had to do with it. They're just, you know, can't imagine who's behind the hacking of devices since those were held back and then yesterday let to be released. So somebody do tell Dolly that his little arch nemesis currently trying to get control and wrest control of C&D, etc. Even though they're all in one little group, apparently didn't want me to see his little message. But that it would have been a no for me anyway, dog. Right, just like it was last time he was in town. It'll always be a no. So Yeah, so I didn't see it until like, oh, I don't know, a week after. I did know he was on the ground here. I knew he was coming in. Um, Knew while he was here, etc. So if I had wanted to find him or talk to him, I would have done so. No need to send a message. Um, but anyway, uh, yeah, but yeah, there you go. Anyway, guys, um, yeah, I try. I prefer my soaps and shirts and things made by not pedos or people who hunt children down and dox them freshly out of places. Uh, like Hunter. That was one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, if we could spread love and kindness as quickly as some spread hate and negativity, what an amazing world we could live in. Ain't that the truth, Random? Ain't that the truth? Thing is, they both travel and they both spread. It just sometimes it feels like the darkness spreads quicker or further, but love, kindness, good deeds, things they go for. And it just takes them a little longer sometimes. A little more effort, a little more stick to itiveness, right? More long term to fight the dark. But they do good even if some days we feel like the dark or bad outweighs or will always win. It's not the truth, right? And all the little things, they count. All the little things. Oh dear. I think somebody's dog's mad at them. I don't know. I don't know. It looks like that's going to be hot news around the streets this morning. I don't know whose dog's mad at him. I think yesterday it was MGL's dog wouldn't give her kisses. Today I don't know whose doggo that is. But somebody's doggo's mad. Yeah, there's the thing though. Like, if it's true that Lips is trying to come here in person, raise money for some dumbass excuse, like she's supposed to talk, all this other shit, I can't imagine that community being real happy that she is targeted and had children taken away from it and is targeting other children in it and from it and of it. I can't imagine anybody would be real happy about it. I can't imagine that community would be real happy about that. Like I said, none of these tragedy pimps have any fucking clue what they're fucking. Mm, you know. And I've always told all of them there will eventually and most likely come a day where, they all think they can, come and go freely, do whatever, right? It'll always be it'll be fine. Everything will be fine. Because they're YouTubers, do. But eventually, as they all come and go, and I mean, they piss off the right people, do the wrong thing, what they have already done may eventually not turn out well for them, and if people they've pissed off, pissed on, made pissed off at each other, falsely and have caught on to YouTube's games in and around that community could very much make one of these YouTubers vanish into the fucking darkness. And, but they ain't gonna listen. They have no idea what the hell they're doing and what they're tampering. They never have. They're functioning within a place that not so long ago, everyone anywhere near here, and otherwise, and even in other states, uh, knew better. If you weren't from there, you didn't stop in there. If you didn't have an invite, you didn't pull in. You know, the place has its own reputation for a reason. I have been really surprised, but there's some eyes and ears and stuff happening. It'll take a while, but you know, thing is, I hope they grow some sense before then and stop. But what they've already set off, things they've potentially done, pitted people against people, it's already. Because people like Bones and others, they didn't care. They don't, they don't think that far. They just, they don't care. Question is this Trixie from 423? Trixie? Mhm. Oh, there's this woman in Greenville, a couple, I don't know, maybe 2020, 2021. I can't remember. I feel like it was 2021. There's this woman from Greenville, man. She makes some amazing tumblers. Super expensive, price. But I had an it made for Monster, and then I had mine. It's Nightmare Before Christmas. Yeah, well, you know how the changing of clothes and things and people go, Trixie. Just had to ask. Um, and Trixie, the 423 one, has been making rounds again lately and popping her head up under her real clothing. So had to ask. But and I know I still have that woman from Greenville earmarked somewhere. Man, her stuff was so amazing. I do like a I do like a good tumbler because um paper crafts. Interesting. Well, that's pretty cool, Trixie. I feel like I've seen you in other chats and stuff here lately as well. Honestly. I think in here. I think you're right, but think that was during a few lives where I was trying to stay on track and not interacting much with it. Oh, my cigarettes are all the way over there. Okay, we'll do the break. Maybe. Are you here locally, Trixie, or are you elsewhere? And is your stuff on your page there? Oh, I have friends in Illinois. Me personally, I actually like Chicago and places. If you can get the damn taxis or limos to take you outside of the tourist areas, I had to walk my ass, right? Like they refuse to take me out of the nice areas into what they consider the bad. I'm like, man, take me over there where the real food and people and experiences are. Through this tourist shit. Everybody makes Chicago so bad, dude, but it's actually oh, and the architecture there. Oh, it's amazing. Some of the older buildings, especially. I hate it when places you travel to they want to keep you in the tourist areas. I'm like, no, 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 no. I want to find that little dive restaurant that looks like the back of somebody's house, or a little hole in the wall restaurant the actual locals eat at. Just drop me off in the middle of whatever you consider the worst area and leave me the fuck be. You know, I prefer authentic bullshit and gloss coating. I want the real people, real lives, real stories. I don't give a shit about their bullshit tourist traps and shops and all that garbage. You know, you hate Chicago. You're born and raised there. Scary. I can do it. I don't actually have any mods currently, Tricks. Trying to do without it because certain people in the BK camp are offering cash payments out for my mods, allegedly in extreme ways, and for all kinds of games. Which is why I've never left hands on anybody, and there's been this whole like year-long thing anyway that I've not been able to like thing. I'm just saying it right now. Yeah, not really doing mods unless I have to have somebody that I've blocked taken out when I can't see them. No, they're messing with creators right now. They're double hitting. They're knocking channels down. They're messing with mods. It tis the season for a whole nother reset game in Tragedy Pimpville, man. The games are afoot right now, and it's basically like Lord of the Flies meets, I don't know, Survivor, Lord of the Flies, and like, you know, soap opera lineup circa 1991 bullshit. Anybody notice the past couple days how they keep using the word they're reopening Summer's thing and going back to the beginning? Anybody notice that? Others and I around this in quote official capacity were laughing. It's like, who the fuck said Summers anything was closed for this place to reopen? Did law enforcement or feds come out and say they closed it in order to reopen it? You got YouTube over here using language like reopen. The fuck are they talking about? They're gonna reopen. The fuck are these YouTubers, man? But that's the word they're using. No, then we're going, yeah, we're going back to the beginning. Like the beginning of what? Your bullshit? You're starting all over, and 19 months later, you are no. They're even further away from the basics and little bits of facts, truth, and pieces they were given by law enforcement officials and everything than they've ever been. So they're starting at BS and just moving. They're, I don't know where they're at. They're starting off way far from where they ever began in the first place on day one. And now they're just starting from straight piles of garbage. But that's the term they're using. They're saying they're reopening Summer's case over here on YouTube. The fuck? When did they ever open to begin with? They're all the way wrong on everything. All they've done is Jerry Springer and real life garbage to all of us around Summer, police and law enforcement included in her case. I mean, were you all ever aware they closed, like YouTube detectives closed anything around Summer to even begin to reopen it? What are they talking about? I guess that language sounds good to sheep and Kool-Aid drinkers. Hell if I know. It's the goofiest shit. These people around here, man. I'm telling you what. That's what I'm asking, Resurrection. Based on what? When was it closed? Yeah, I don't know. And they're going on this theory that Summer's case has gone cold anyway, and I can tell you that it's not the case. Like, there's no way. Like, you can see things and hear things, and you can hear the voices of these feds and law enforcement things when you talk to them, man. Deborah then went with the how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop question. We don't know how many creators are needed to bottom Doyle. I think the answer to the Tootsie Pop question is honestly more answer. Like, there's an answer for that. At least an average, right? But and you would have to average that because everybody's tongue, like the amount of taste buds that would on each, which would fall into certain age ranges, because each age range of human beings, they have less and less taste buds as you age. You'd have to calculate that with body temperature averages, age averages, taste bud, all that, and the average size of a Tootsie Pop, based on, the machinery and how large, and what their typical, a Tootsie Pop was supposed to be, but we all know that sometimes machines run over and on. I mean, so there'd have to be, but you could semi come up with an answer on how many licks it took to come to the center of a Tootsie Pop, right? You could come close. Um, but I don't know that you can come close to an answer for how many creators are needed to bottom Doyle in missing and murdered children's cases and domestic violence and murder victims cases. Uh, I don't know, man. You know, I think it's infinitesimal, right? I think even Stephen Hawking would have a hard time with that fucking. Maybe that damn app will be. It'll finally come in handy for something. Maybe the algorithms. Oh, I think I went bye bye for a minute. But anyway, somebody go get Ziggy and her Google app ghost talker thing that's pissing off her ex's family so much as she tragedy pimps on the death of it. Somebody go make that thing useful because I'm sure algorithms might answer that for. Although, do recall that that thing with the ghost supposedly of her ex told her to quit whole ass YouTube before she come down here and got the latest targeting harassment piece on us, whatever, right? Uh, Told her to quit YouTube. It did. So maybe that thing's on to something, right? Maybe it's on to something. But maybe it can give us an answer. Maybe the ghost beyond Google Play for $9.99 on stolen credit cards can give us an answer to how many tragedy pimps it takes to bottom dwell around missing and murdered children's cases. Now, my Bones can find her own. Well, she can find her own P.O. box. Much like walks the dogs for dog treats on everybody else's name and information they regurgitated or fed on purpose. And then redoes the same piece 9 months later with the opposite narrative, you know. Dog bones across the pond. Anyway, they can all find their P.O. boxes, my God. Yeah, Trixie, it does. I mean, imagine the kids in the community and the churches and things, man. Around summer, being told she's gone and these tragedy pimps, man. On top of it, these kids are used to being free out in yards. Probably some of what the last of the world's sort of semi like latchkey or farm type, but for June 15th, everybody in there, you assume they're safe to a degree that most places are not, right? And they're free to run and go about ways that most of the world no longer is. And then summer vanishing changes that. And now, even this far out, never again. But especially right now, you got tragedy pimps coming through there taking pictures, just like you seen Bones. She said she was told by someone to make sure to get everyone's house and who was at it, and all the way down through Beechcreek, and to get pictures of their cars and video and all this. That's a hell of a disturbing thing. And she aired all that, right? I don't find that cute. But this community, these children are no longer allowed out for their own safety because their pictures and their homes and all that are being put out by people like Bones and all these others driving down through there on purpose, doing all that. And then selling their images and all that online to other creators, cash apping, ganging off of it. These kids will no longer be able to live the lives they and I mean, not because of tragedy pimps, man, not just because of summer vanishing. But on top of that, they have a little girl named Summer Vanish in their community that they all knew, went to church with, multiple churches have known. She's vanished from a place nobody, well, no child vanishes from anyway. No child vanishes from her. And the change that alone has brought upon the community, let alone what tragedy pimps, their incessant need to dox, terrorize, target, harass them, their families. And in that way, tragedy pimps have put them into boxes too. They've made sure these kids can't really go outside and play, be free in any way. We're all stuck inside. They don't care though. They don't care. As they come to this state all the way from all the way out west and otherwise, dox the shit out of everybody. Sell images online, put out garbage about everybody, make everybody look suspect, every vehicle suspect, and get other children harassed, bullied, parents targeted, jobs lost, all that. You know, they don't care. So that's what these children in the community are dealing with, plus, the vanishing of Summer, Summer who they personally knew. They have their tears to deal with, their whole entire change to their life and world, and continuing. I mean, seriously, go down through and act prepared to when Summer vanished. Everybody's living in fucking fortresses, or so you go down through there and everybody steps outside. The adults are like, nope, very much on high alert. So to say it's not causing a degree of trauma to an entire community, to children, putting the adults and parents and grandparents on high alert. These tragedy parents, man, they don't care. And then think about what they've done, and just, I mean, tax wise too. Look at all the calls and all the bullshit they've pulled, and how much that's going to raise up taxes and all that on an entire area that can least afford it. It is one of the poorest in the nation. I mean, to the point to where a lot of people, already they're struggling to pay property taxes because they're cash poor but land rich, right? But then when tax hikes have to happen because of these tragedy pimps coming in, services overused and overwhelmed, and bullshit calls put in, and overtime paid, and all this, in a place where they can't even afford officers' pay, you know, those people won't be able to afford the property tax hikes, and so they have to sell land where at least they knew they could move on to that land and could survive on minimum wage jobs available around here because there's so few options, but could at least feed their kids, but have a place permanently put on family land, etc. And then it'll cause half to sell off land, and then you'll have more homeless situation and all this. I mean, the effects are vast and wide when you think about what these asshole YouTubers can get up to and how much they affect communities. And can. It's not just, oh, they're coming in here and showing a picture online. And they can affect all kinds of things. And they have them. Nobody thinks that far out, though, or that much into it. But that's the truth. And in that way, land would be sold in this other for property tax hikes that have to happen to, even out budgets and this other for what they've done around services and this blah, 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 with all this everything is craziness. Then, you change families' lives forever around here. You have new kids that'll be made homeless that wouldn't have been homeless ever, that would have had their own land to move on to and been able to live around here locally and contribute to the population and college and do this and make it a better area, but instead want to move out of areas and no longer have family land, no matter, not make things easier on, you know. So that's what you'll have happen. And in that way, that harms children too, because those children would not have been homeless or going hungry or without, or, whole families homeless or without, yeah, in the upcoming years because of these, potentially. And nobody thinks about that though. See, there are always pebbles in the pond, and the ripples and effects. Vast. So anyway, what you're seeing over this course of 19 months, it's changed lives, many forever, by tragedy campaigns, not just by some revenge. And it can have generational, multi-generational effects, and several county-wide effects on people, lifelong effects on many. But nobody, I don't know, just don't get it. And look, I mean, look at all the cases, man. Look at all the services they use and time they consume. And when they're on the fucking ground, especially, and, you know, that's beliefs they're taken away from. And like I've said, they never own that shit. They try to put a positive spin on it. Whatever. I think for at least most of us here speaking, we can all agree in a way that we're double-edged swords. And if you can't own that, then you're not being honest. But those people try to spin it like they're helping it, like they're helping whatever, I don't know, themselves mostly. They go on the ground, talk shit about LE, tell them they're not doing their jobs, even though LE, like in Quentin's case, was already named a prime and only suspect. There was no need for them to be down there, none. There they were. Look how many man hours that took away from. Look how much overtime that cost. while they were screaming out to you all, law enforcement don't care about Quentin and nobody cares, and same shit they did in Summers. It was nobody cares and the community doesn't even know she's missing and nobody's searching and they won't let people in to search and this and that and the other, and if it wasn't for us, nobody knows Summer's name and all the bullshit, 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 bullshit. Cops don't care. Everybody's this, everybody's that. Corruption, blah, blah, blah. They do it in every case. It's rinse, repeat, same one, same narrative. And then when they're proven wrong in each case, or, whatever it is, or even when you have prime and only suspects named like in Leilani and Clinton's case, etc., they still try to make up whole other suspects and keep it going to do whatever. It might add in other cases they've touched with missing and murdered children. Because of their involvement, they're literally still children, not found. Like, they know they've been murdered, right? They've got the parent, or at least the adopted, in custody, charged for it, but they can't find their remains. Now, maybe, just maybe, if these fuckers, including TM and Floppy, hadn't been involved in that, maybe those children, that Floppy, by the way, they all called the worst N word with hard R and LTs at the end of it and everything else, and crit babies and everything, being wholly racist. Maybe, just maybe, these children's remains would have been found had they not been screwing around and tampering with. So those babies are still out there. Their remains not brought home for their actual parents and loved ones and community to lay to rest. They're out there somewhere, and I'm sure every night those who love them wonder greatly where they are and would love for their remains to be found and being able to know they could put at least their favorite toys with them and have a place to go pay respects or tears or celebrate birthdays and holidays. All that, even though it would be with a stone on the ground. They would know where their children and the little ones are. And the community around who actually knew those children could come pay their respects. But instead, they wonder every night where they're at. And they're out there somewhere. You know? So, do take note that this group's been involved in cases so deep that potentially had an effect on other children's remains not being found. But law enforcement knowing they were indeed murdered and being able to at least get enough evidence to arrest those responsible. But tragedy pimps were involved to such a great degree that it could have very well been and could be the reason that those children's remains are not found and brought back yet. And that's heartbreaking. While people like BK called those children the worst fucking things you can ever imagine in racist terms. Because they really care about children. They really care about demographics in the population that already have what are some of the lowest numbers on solved cases, less media attention, are the most vulnerable to crimes. That's what they did around children, POC children. They were real helpful. I can't imagine, Trixie. Cannot imagine um how that must feel. And I'll not guess at that because I've not been in those shoes. But as a mother, that's our worst nightmare, right? But I'm sure you outwardly, it's hard enough going where you know your son is, right? Imagine not knowing where his remains are, or not being able to have anywhere to go, especially if it were up to just, and it was because of idiots online, random criminals behind random YouTube screwing up your son's case to the point to where he wasn't ever found and you had no place to go. The torment that would cause you every night. So I'm sure you'd have a better, you know, thought process or feeling on how that would feel itself. Mm, but I can't imagine. And as a mother, it's terrifying fucking thought. And look at them like they went so like with Brandy and Michael. I mean, look, she got the news. Like all her hope was taken, and here it was aired online for everybody for tragedy pimp purposes for the world to see. Her hope was taken because of tragedy pimp. And then they almost fucked it up so badly that they outed the fucking suspect. I like that was hard to watch, man. And Brandy had asked them to stay the whole hell out of it, and they didn't, and they couldn't respect that. She asked them to stop burying suspects. They didn't do that, and then they took all her hope away, right online, in front of the world, and then tragedy pimped on it. And then the anti-tragedy pimps that are tragedy pimped on it. Oh my gosh, the tragedy pimps are so bad for doing this to Brandy. Meanwhile, they all work together, and they were like, "Oh, Brandy," but yeah, they know what they all did and what they were doing. It ain't cute, no. It ain't. It's horrendous. Anyway, y'all, I'm gonna hop off here because I'm having this urge for ice cream. I've been on here far too long. I still don't feel good, obviously. I'm gonna keep trying to put together what I can over the next few days to the energy I have. Um, to add to, oh dear, to add to what we already have, which I think is ample, but I'm finding what I'm seeing and hearing the last few days very concerning where it concerns lips, others, children, etc. Right? And other little pieces that keep being slipped and let go. But my health is really not okay currently. And I really do feel like some freaking ice cream. It's all I've been craving, right? I don't know what is wrong with me. But my body this time, remember, like, it wanted peanut butter and jelly Uncrustables last time. Now we're like, bitch, we want ice cream. And not like any milk product. We want the ice cream. So, whatever. And honestly, if I don't start gaining some weight back, I'm super pissed about it, y'all. I've lost far too much. Far too much. And it's still continuing to slide. So, and I'm getting that weird jogger runner's face. It's pretty gross. And I know my surgeon's supposed to go back in and look at the thing. But, y'all, I have a pumpkin cheesecake out here, Wicked. And Ben and Jerry I've been holding back. And I do love my tubs of seasonal flavors that I keep in a deep freeze. Uh, and I would love to go to the store and get myself these sandwiches, these ice cream sandwiches that are like double chocolate right now. But um, I I can't function at that level currently. So I'm just gonna chill and I'm gonna eat what I have. But I think I'm gonna do pumpkin cheesecake maybe or Christmas cookie because they're the more bland of my gigantic ice creams in the deep freeze, and they're the smaller ones. So anyway, instead of the giant tub, well, the one's not, but you know, look, I'm an ice cream pie and cake girl. Okay, I don't like candy, but you know, I've been craving the hell out of ice cream though, and I usually don't do that. Like, not like I have been. It's very much health related, much like the peanut butter and jelly Uncrustables were. I don't know. I'll figure it out eventually. But while I've been feeling this bad and health's going down, for some reason I'm craving ice cream. And the other night, one of the family members knew it and got me an ice cream cone. I was like, yes, you know, score. Uh, I don't know. Anyway, y'all, all I know is the next few days, I'm just going to continue to try to rest. I'm going to try to add to what I already have and puzzles, fires, the usual, you know. And we'll see, right? Oh, I don't know. YouTube streets, real streets, community, you know, all the things. And but I am very much centered on puzzles and fire still in real life, and right now trying to get my health to cooperate and get out from under whatever is dragging me down past week or two health wise because it's bad and this place has definitely had a role in it and very much responsible for stuff that's been happening to me health wise that cannot be undone over the past few days. So it is very concerning. But anyway, all I know is that these two right here, they matter to me. And they are my world. They've always been my world. And I lived for them. I love them. They are indeed my everything. And like any mother, Full on mama bear. Part of being here was to protect them from people online pulling out their pictures and doing weird shit. Turns out it was this group and the lead in and the manipulation. Part of being here is to protect them from our own monster abuser. These two matter to me, and I will protect them at all costs. This place, targeting of them is old. I don't care for what reasons, but they have done so from the beginning as forms of blackmail against us and to try to do the most terrible of things. Our monster and Newsblock continue to do garbage ass things behind the scenes and otherwise. It's both. This place targeting them and lips now being in circulation again, allegedly around certain others here is concerning to me to a degree that's unbelievable. And I want to know why. And I want to know if what we're thinking that they're helping target these children because they are indeed witnesses and the closest around summer things is being done on purpose. More so than obviously the blackmail and all the things from the beginning and everything. And if this has been a concerted effort to try to tamper and target them in a way that's about summer in the case and not just tragedy Eventville. Because if it has been, oh boy. And we do know that Monster and this place it played, and they've got hands in obviously the stuff going on between Monster and I and the orders and all these other things in court. So they can try to get Jerry Springer going, Monster and Newsblock make some more money that off my children and not pay rent and sling dope and do whatever it is they do so well. Yeah. So